Meeting number 107 of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. Pursuant to Standing Order 1082 and the motion adopted by the committee on Monday, October 23, 23, the committee resumed its study of growing problem of car thefts in Canada. Before we begin, I would like to ask all members and other in-person participants to consult the cards on the table for guidelines to prevent audio feedback incidents. Please take note of the following preventive measures in place to protect the health and safety of all participants, including our interpreters. Only use a black approved earpiece. The former gray earpieces must no longer be used. Keep your earpiece away from all microphones at all times. When you are not using your earpiece, place it face down on the sticker placed on the table for this purpose. Thank you for all your cooperation. Yes. Can you wait just wait till I'm done. Hybrid format. Today's meeting is taking place in a hybrid format. I would like to make a few comments for the benefits of members and witnesses. Please wait until I recognize you by name before speaking. A reminder that all comments should be addressed through the chair. I would like to welcome our witnesses for the first hour. Honorable Pablo Rodriguez, Minister of Transport. Honorable Dominic LeBlanc, Minister of Public Safety, Democratic Institutions and Intergovernmental Affairs. Department of Transport, Lisa Setlocki, Assistant Deputy Minister, Safety and Security. Canada Border Service Agency, Aaron McCrory, Vice President, Intelligence and Enforcement. Annie Beauséjour, Regional Director General, Quebec Region. Department of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness. Tricia Geddes, Associate Deputy Minister. Talib Dakalabab, Senior Assistant Deputy Minister, Crime Prevention Branch by video conference. Royal Canadian Mounted Police. Commissioner Brian Larkin, Specialized Policing Services. Matt Peggs, Regional Commander, Federal Policing, Central Region. Ministers, I now invite you to make an opening statement for up to 5 minutes.
Chair.
Yes.
Point of order, Chair.
Thank you.
Point of order.
I was already recognized.
I'm raising a point of order, though, Chair.
Yes.
Chair, just my point of order, there's been some confusion about this in the past. I wonder if Ms. O'Connell was raising a point of order or if you're providing her with the floor.
I didn't
I think
say
there should
point
be
of order.
some clarity about that.
Providing her with the floor, similar to what I did to you.
You're providing her with the floor. Okay, as
correct.
long as that's clear that you as Chair are choosing to provide her with the floor. Thank you.
Yes.
Chair, I move we resume debate on Mr. Genuis's amendment to the subcommittee report and the subcommittee made motion, the report.
Okay. So moved. So moved.
If there are no speakers, we can go to a vote.
Chair, just point of order, that's a resumption motion, which we vote on immediately. It's a dilatory motion. So if the motion passes, then we don't hear from the ministers. We go into debate. But hopefully we can hear from the ministers and then resume debate on this at another time. But it's a dilatory motion, so there's no debate on it.
Point of order, if the member wants to speak to it, we can get to a vote and have the ministers speak as scheduled. However,
that's not a point of order. It's a
we're
dilatory
resuming
motion,
debate. If the Conservatives want to filibuster to avoid their embarrassment of S210,
Sorry,
that's their prerogative.
Point of
but
order,
we want
you're
to
not resuming
deal.
debate. You moved
Excuse
the
me,
motion
do
to
I have
resume
the
a debate.
floor, or
No,
are you going
don't.
to just speak
No, you
over
don't.
me the
Hold it,
entire
hold it.
time?
You weren't recognized by the chair, Ms. O'Connell. You said
Yes,
point of
actually,
order
I
and you weren't
was.
recognized.
You're
You said
not the
point of
chair
order
of
and
this
you weren't
committee, so I
recognized.
suggest
Excuse
you
me.
turn your mic
You're not
off.
either, Ms. O'Connell.
Excuse me. I just maybe I should repeat what the introduction on the interpreters. So, Ms. O'Connell first, and then Mr. Genuis, please, one at a time. You'll get your point. Go ahead,
There's
Ms.
nothing to
O'Connell.
debate.
Chair, I said what I had to say. We can deal with
It's a
the amendment,
dilatory
vote on it, vote on the subcommittee report, and get to the ministers who are here and prepared to testify.
Okay, we're going to go to a vote. All those in favor?
Point of order, Chair. We're voting on the dilatory resumption motion. Is that correct?
We're voting on the amended motion.
No, she moved a motion to resume. Please just pause and consult with the clerk. Here's how the rules work. If you move a resumption motion, then you vote on the resumption motion.
Can we get back to the meeting, please? And thank you to the clerk. There's a motion to resume debate. We're going to proceed with a vote, and that's where we're at. Correct? Good.
Just point of order.
On resuming the debate.
It's a dilatory motion to resume the debate. Okay.
Is there going to be a vote?
Yep.
All in favor?
Recorded vote. Recorded vote.
Recorded vote.
Ms. O'Connell,
Yes.
Mr. McKinnon,
Yes.
Mr. Badaway,
Oui.
Mr. Zeb, Mrs. Ab,
Yes.
Mr. Gay online,
In favor?
Mr. Caputo,
No.
Mr. Shipley,
No.
Mr. Mutz, Mr. Genius,
No.
Madame Michaud,
En faveur.
Monsieur Boulris,
Oui.
7 in favor, 4 against.
Point of order, Chair. Could you share the speaking list on the motion? Because if we're resuming, presumably we're restoring the old speaking list. So just if you could share what that is.
It was what I had, it was Mr. Shipley and Mr. Mutz.
Just to clarify, though, I had the floor.
That's what I had from my list. Okay, that's
Chair,
what I had.
Mr. Clerk, if you can just clarify, I had the floor at the time when we
Could you address
adjourned.
the clerk through the chair, please?
Sure. Just Mr. Clerk, through you, Mr. Chair, to the clerk. I had the floor when we adjourned. So if we're resuming, my understanding would be that I have the floor now to resume.
Point of
But in
order.
any event, if I could be added to the list.
Order over here.
Thank you, Chair. Usually when you resume debate, the speaking list renews. But if members opposite want to filibuster this meeting, that's their
Thank-
prerogative. We're ready to vote.
Thank you.
Point of order also. Point of order.
Point of order, Mr. McKinnon.
So when we last spoke on this matter, it was for a different motion. It was a motion to go to a different order of business and to give Mr. Caputo the chair. For that motion, Mr. Jennis had the floor, but this is not the motion that has been moved.
Just on the same point of order, Chair, if I can clarify, there was the original motion and there was the resumption motion. In both cases, I had the floor when there was
time.
adjournment.
You're not going to get your clip
And just
quota.
in response to Ms. O'Connell, I'm obviously disappointed that Liberals have overruled the agenda here, but we didn't move that motion, they did.
Mr. Genius, you have the floor.
Well, thank you very much, Chair. So what we've seen happen today, just to briefly review, is that an agenda was sent around whereby 2 ministers would appear to discuss the grave problem of car theft in this country.
Point of
and
order.
Conservatives...
Relevance, Chair. We're dealing with the amendment on Mr. Genuis's
I literally haven't
motion.
finished a sentence.
Thank you, Ms. O'Connell. Mr. Genius, continue.
Thank you, Chair. And Ms. O'Connell, I know attends many committees. I hope that has led to some familiarity with the rules of committees. I will certainly speak on the motion, but I do. I'm sorry for knocking that off, but I hope it doesn't ruin anything. Chair, but the context in which we're discussing this motion ever so briefly is that we had a meeting today scheduled to hear from ministers on car theft, and our position was that the ministers were making themselves available for an extremely limited period of time, only for an hour together. Nonetheless, we were and we remain prepared to use that time to ask the ministers important questions about this issue. The Liberals have moved a motion, sadly with the support of the NDP and the Bloc, to move to a different item of business, which is procedurally in order, but I think substantively objectionable, because because we have two ministers of the Crown here that are supposed to be prepared to answer questions on auto theft. And I can only conclude, because of the Liberal decision to move a motion to proceed to an order of business, that they're not interested in allowing their ministers to testify on this matter. We have a draft subcommittee report before this committee that contains in it a number of provisions that we have certainly been prepared to discuss with other parties in hopes of coming to a reasonable conclusion. But the core issue in the subcommittee report and in the amendment I've put forward is the proposed report on the transfer of Paul Bernardo. This committee 6 months ago held some hearings on the transfer of one of the most heinous criminals in this country's history from maximum security to medium security prison, and the lack of engagement with and information to the families that was associated with that transfer. And those hearings only happened because Conservatives insisted that they happen. Liberals and other members of this committee wanted to prevent families from having their day in Parliament, and we pushed back on that, and we were indeed very insistent on allowing those families to be heard. It has now been 6 months since those hearings happened. Drafting instructions were provided to the analysts at a meeting in early December. After drafting instructions were provided, I can only assume that a report was prepared. So in our amendment to the subcommittee report, we are taking the position that the report must be complete. That's why we proposed this amendment to the subcommittee report. Now, we have had a number of meetings at which it would have been useful to discuss the subcommittee report. At every case, the Liberals did not allow even basic discussion of the subcommittee report. The first meeting this was brought up. The discussion was adjourned. At the subsequent meeting, no time was. Witnesses were scheduled on another matter, and we should have been discussing the subcommittee report. And we proposed to adjourn. Pardon me. We presumed to resume consideration of the subcommittee report on that time. There was no agreement to do so. So Liberals would like us to effectively kill the Bernardo transfer report by passing a subcommittee report that does not make mention of it. It is in that spirit that we put forward this amendment. And now Liberals are trying this silly game today, where on the one hand they schedule ministers, but on the other hand, the chair, as was demonstrated, chose to give the floor to Ms. O'Connell, who then moved a motion to proceed to another matter of business. Look, our ministers have a lot of work they could be doing. Mr. LeBlanc has a leadership campaign to be working on, as well as a busy file.
Mr. Chair, point of order. I could do it from here too. So it's.
Well, I do see Minister LeBlanc is working on bringing Minister Rodriguez on side for his campaign, and so he has not only begun his campaign, he's secured his first, I was going to say high-profile endorsement, but medium-profile endorsement. I know Minister Jolie thought she had Montreal wrapped up, but Minister Rodriguez may give her a run for money. Chair, I think I've just made the point in terms of what we should be discussing today. I'll say Conservatives are happy to discuss the subcommittee report at a time when we don't have ministers. I would encourage the chair to schedule the resumption of discussion of the subcommittee report at the next meeting, so that this matter can be concluded. Conservatives would love to come to an agreement on the subcommittee report that leaves intact the various other sections of the subcommittee report as discussed, but does include an opportunity to get to the bottom of some of these outstanding matters. So the amendment calls for, in particular, the draft report on the transfer of Paul Bernardo to be immediately distributed to committee members, and then notwithstanding any other item mentioned, with the exception of testimony by ministers, the committee not hold any other hearings or present any reports to the House until the committee has completed and presented its report to the House on the Bernardo prison transfer. That's our position, and I think, in respect to the minister's time and the important issue of auto theft, I would move that we adjourn debate.
Okay. Adjourn debate, and we're going to do a recorded vote. All those in favor?
Ms. O'Connell.
No.
Mr. Baraway.
No.
Mr. McKinnon.
No.
Zab.
No.
Mr. Gay.
No.
Madame Michaud.
Contre.
Are you on the list?
Monsieur Caputo.
Yes, to hear from the ministers.
Mr. Shipley. 7 pour, 4 contre.
Defeated. Continue, Mr. Genius, please.
Chair, well, we've had another vote here, and Conservatives have proposed that we be able to hear from the ministers on the issue of auto theft. And bizarrely, we have the cover-up coalition trying to prevent the ministers from being able to testify. I noticed that there's a repeated pattern of Liberals trying to prevent prospective leadership candidates from being able to share their views before parliamentary committees. We were trying to give Mr. Carney an opportunity to present at the Finance Committee yesterday, and Liberals were very opposed to that. Now we're trying to give Mr. LeBlanc an opportunity to present here at the Public Safety Committee.
Point of order.
And Liberals are preventing it again. You would think that they would want to give people the opportunity to share their
Point of order.
their
I'm
approaches.
confused by Mr. Jennings. We moved his motion. He seems resolved that we not be able to vote on his motion. We've heard hours of his argument on why his motion is worth supporting, but he won't let it come to a vote. So I wonder if he could clarify that point.
Thank you, Mr. McKinnon. Mr.
Yeah,
Genius.
though not a point of order, I think I'm happy to clarify what has occurred. So I think the record will show actually that debate on my motion has barely occurred. It's maybe been 3 or 4 minutes of discussion. Just to review this. What happened, I can't remember the precise dates, but there was a meeting. There have been 2 meetings, broadly speaking, where this matter has been under consideration. The first meeting was one in which the chair presented the subcommittee report. I began to read an amendment into the record. The chair then suspended so that the amendment could be distributed in writing and translated. Then a vote began, so the meeting was immediately adjourned. There was no debate on that time at on the main motion. Then at the next meeting, I sought unanimous consent for a motion to resume consideration at that time, and Mr. Biddle forcefully denied unanimous consent to allow us to resume consideration of this motion at that time. So the Liberals have persistently prevented the issue of the Bernardo transfer in the context of this amendment from even being considered. And now they have strangely brought 2 ministers to a committee, pretending that they want to let those ministers testify. But then instead of going to the ministers, the chair, Mr. MacDonald, who I think people will know is a Liberal MP. I know he does his best in the context of the but he is a Liberal MP, chose to give the floor to Ms. O'Connell before the ministers could testify, which is a strange thing to do. If you have ministers here to testify, normally you wouldn't just give the floor to Ms. O'Connell, and it certainly implies that there was a plan to not have the ministers testify. That is to move consideration of a different matter. Ms. O'Connell is in fact agreeing with me. It sounds that it's highly suspicious, and I agree, it is highly suspicious. She moved the motion that we not allow the ministers to appear on a different item, and that is what has then directed us to a different item here. This is an item that needs to be discussed. We're not going to dispense with the discussion of the subcommittee report under this kind of artificially designed pressure tool by the government. We want to hear from ministers, and we also want to discuss the subcommittee report. So my suggestion would be that we proceed to hear from the ministers, and then we can set aside some time to discuss the subcommittee report. I would even say there may be resources that allow the resumption of discussion of the subcommittee report after the ministers and the other scheduled witnesses have appeared. So, in hopes that members will see the benefit of allowing this to occur, I would move that we proceed to hearing from the ministers.
So is that a motion you're asking
Yeah,
for?
it's a dilatory motion. I think it's page 1187, but I might be off by a little bit. But it's a motion to proceed to
Recorded
to hearing
vote?
from the ministers. We could even pass it on division.
So we'll proceed with a vote.
Recorded vote?
Recorded vote, please, for the second time.
No.
Mr. Badawi?
No.
Mr. McKinnon?
No.
Ms. Zaid?
No.
Mr. Gaillard?
No.
Mr. Caputo?
I vote yes to hear from the ministers.
Mr. Shipley? Yes. Mr. Matz?
Yes.
Mr. Genius?
Yes.
Madame Michaud?
Contre.
Monsieur Boulris?
Contre.
Yeas 7, nays 4.
Defeated. Continue, Mr. Genius, please.
Well, thank you, Chair. I had hoped that that the intervening moments had provided opportunity for clarification of conscience among some of my colleagues, but sadly that has not occurred. This is a truly bizarre display. Je vais noter que cette étude sur la
This study on auto theft was proposed by the bloc, but today the bloc has decided to vote against it and to give the opportunity to ministers to answer questions. It's very strange.
bloc are allegedly concerned about this issue, and yet we have proposed multiple times that we adjourn debate on this other matter to allow the ministers to speak. I just proposed a motion that we proceed to hearing from the ministers, and yet we have this Liberal Bloc NDP tactic of blocking ministers from presenting. This is consistent with the evident desire of Liberals to prevent any prospective leadership candidates from being heard at committee. But I do think Mr. LeBlanc, as well as Mr. Rodriguez, should be held accountable on their file. Now, that said, Ms. O'Connell, who was suspiciously given the floor at the beginning of the meetings, and she's reinforced the point, suspicious. I do welcome the sort of Greek chorus reinforcement of my messages today. She suspiciously put forward a motion suspiciously was given the floor by the chair, and then when she was given the floor, moved a motion to shift to a different item, an item that was not on the agenda, an item involving the subcommittee's report. So here we are, and I have tried through a number of dilatory motions to give the committee the opportunity to return to hearing from the ministers, but those proposals have been blocked by the cover-up coalition. And I hope other colleagues will see reason here, see the outcome, and realize that it is better to give the ministers an opportunity to present and give us an opportunity to ask them questions. But on the subcommittee report, then, this is an amendment we are debating that I proposed to the 7th report of the subcommittee on agenda and procedure. And the amendments that we propose are to a number of different sections. We have not proposed any changes to sections of the subcommittee report that deal with Bill S-210. So any suggestions to the contrary are verifiably false. This amendment is public. The amendment does not in any way impact the sections that deal with the study of Bill S-210. They deal with other matters. The first change is in Section 3 of the subcommittee report. The existing section proposed that the ministers appear together. It actually deals with the appearance of ministers. It proposes that ministers appear together for the first hour of a meeting. And we proposed instead that be amended to say that the ministers appear separately for 1 hour each on the study of auto theft. This amendment is consistent with a proposal made publicly yesterday as well, reinforcing our belief that the ministers, if each minister has an hour of time available, then it makes more sense that they appear individually for an hour so that they could each individually be asked questions about their own individual activities and their own work on their own portfolio. Liberals are clearly doing everything they can to minimize ministerial accountability, first by saying that the ministers would appear together all at once, but then now by moving this motion from Ms. O'Connell to prevent ministers from being able to testify and repeatedly lining up with their coalition partners to prevent us to proceed to hearing from the ministers. But our proposal, as part of the amendment to the subcommittee report, was, I think, frankly, quite generous in terms of ministerial appearance. We did not propose they appear for 2 hours each on auto theft. We proposed rather that they appear for 1 hour each. In the context where the ministers have said they have an hour available to them, then it would have been reasonable for them to appear separately for an hour each. So that's what we proposed. I did also propose that we invite the Minister of Public Safety to appear for 1 hour to answer questions on ArriveCan. And I can tell from his expression that Mr. LeBlanc is very interested in addressing the ArriveScam scandal. Yeah, we have been able to have a number of different witnesses, public servants, deputy ministers come repeatedly to answer important questions on the ArriveScam scandal, but we have had ministers relatively reluctant to appear. Although I will say one of Mr. LeBlanc's fellow contenders in the upcoming Liberal leadership race, Minister Anand, did appear and answer to not 2 hours, 1 hour worth of questions at the Public Accounts Committee. So Ms. Anand has exceeded her future competitor, Mr. LeBlanc, in terms of her willingness to appear before committee on the ArriveScam scandal. Of course, the ArriveScam scandal is something that happened. It involves procurement, it involves various issues, but crucially it involves the CBSA, and there seem to be some significant problems there in terms of officials even pointing the fingers at each other, accusing each other of lying. And this is why in our subcommittee report we have proposed that Minister LeBlanc be given the opportunity to answer questions from members of Parliament on the issue of the ArriveScam scandal. And we've been very generous in our proposal, only 1 hour. So Minister LeBlanc, the committee would, I think, be interested in hearing from this minister on the Arrive scam scandal, what he knew when, what he did with that information, if he thinks it's normal that a two-person company based in a basement somewhere received an overwhelming amount of money from his department, and what he did with that information once he received it. We do have a system of ministerial accountability in which ministers should answer questions. Of course, the agenda for today was to have ministers answer questions on auto theft. But look, there are many issues, the main estimates, of course, but also foreign interference, the proliferation of corruption and scandal under his watch, and various other matters that we would be interested in hearing from the minister on, which is why, as part of the subcommittee report, we had proposed amendments that would allow for meaningful questioning of ministers instead of for this very limited and abbreviated interaction. And I know members of this committee, members of the public, are very interested in us having that opportunity to question ministers. So on that vein, I would propose having elapsed and perhaps having persuaded some members, I would propose that we now proceed to hear from the ministers.
Thank you. Recorded vote, please.
On division.
Ms. O'Connell.
No.
Mr. Badaway. No. Mr. McKinnon.
No.
Ms. Zaid.
No.
Monsieur Gaillard.
No.
Mr. Caputo.
Yes, for the fourth time to hear from the ministers.
Mr. Shipley.
Yes.
Mr. Mutz.
Yes.
Mr. Genius.
Yes.
Madame Michaud.
Contre.
Monsieur Boulris.
No.
Yeas 4, nays 7.
Defeated? Yes.
First of all, Chair, Mr.
Sorry,
Jennings,
point of order. Is
it's
Ms.
a point of
O'Connell on
order,
a point of order?
and I have a floor. So you can wait. Thanks.
Point of order. Is
you
it
can
a point
wait.
of order?
I have a
It's a
point of order on the floor, so you can wait.
You don't have the floor. You do have a point of
I
order.
actually do, and you're not the chair, so you can wait and don't speak over me, as I've said multiple times. Chair, Mr. Jennings can't continue to make the same motion over and over. And if he wants to hear from the ministers, we have no speakers up. We're prepared to vote on his own amendment, that he's filibustering his own amendment. We're prepared to
not a point of
vote
order, Chair.
and get right to
Thank you.
the
It's
ministers.
not a point of order.
Thank you, Ms. O'Connell. Mr. Jennings, do you have a point of order?
No, I have the floor, though, so I'll just continue. I
Well,
suppose.
you were talking, so I
Oh,
thought you
sorry.
might
Yeah,
have said.
well, I'm just, sorry. Chair, I was just maybe clarifying for Ms. O'Connell that typically when someone raises a point of order, it relates to matters of order, not their opinions about what should or shouldn't happen. I will just say that in terms of the moving of dilatory motions, the practice, the rule is that if there are intervening activities that have occurred that could materially impact the outcome, then a motion may be moved. So having presented very persuasive arguments, I had thought about the value of hearing from ministers. I thought it was legitimate, and clearly you thought so as well, to allow us to move the motion again. We have Ms. O'Connell is talking fairly loudly, which I don't normally object to, but since she vociferously objected to me doing it, I think it's sort of worth acknowledging. Anyways, Chair, we have, as the committee has seen, repeatedly moved for us to be able to hear from the ministers. We've put forward motions to proceed to hearing from the ministers. We've proposed amendments to allow ministers to appear for more time. And it's clear that the Liberals did not want to allow the ministers to appear, and they and their coalition partners have repeatedly blocked our attempt to proceed to hearing from the ministers on these important matters, and that's a big problem. I hope that we can adopt the subcommittee report. I hope that we can adopt that through some negotiations among parties that recognize the changes that need to be made. Because, frankly, the original draft of the subcommittee report was clearly wildly unacceptable. it did not provide for the completion of important matters which this committee has already agreed to. The number of other changes that we proposed as part of this amendment, we proposed to remove the reference to drafting report on the auto theft issue for May 30th, because we believe instead that additional meetings should be held on the auto theft study. And then point 5, we amended. Point 5 is regarding the statutory review of the National Security and Intelligence Committee, a very important review required by law required by law, and that has not occurred. I believe other parties were highlighting the importance of this issue, and then the proposal for a study in relation to the statutory review had been reduced to merely a briefing on the statutory review, which is not consistent with I think our statutory obligations. So the amendment we proposed to the subcommittee report was that the committee undertake the statutory review of the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians Act as required by law. Excuse me. With a goal to complete that review before the end of 2024. This corresponds to a legislated obligation to complete a statutory review, and that statutory review relates to a critical matter of national security. And it's in a context where we know about the significant issues of foreign interference, which may well be back before this committee soon in the form of study on the government's proposed legislation on this. There is a significant and important relationship between the work of NSECOP and the problem of foreign interference. In many past NSECOP reports, alarm bells have been rung in the public versions of those reports, and I can only assume even more forcefully in the private versions of those reports. Alarm bells have been rung in relation to the problem of foreign interference. So there is I think an important connection between a review of the work of NSECOP and understanding understanding how we can do better on the issue of foreign interference. But the new proposed item 6 really is at the heart of what Conservatives are proposing in relation to changes to the subcommittee report. What we are proposing, the new item 6, is that the draft report on the transfer of Paul Bernardo be immediately distributed to committee members, and that notwithstanding any other items mentioned, with the exception of testimony by ministers, the committee not hold any other hearings or present any reports to the House until the committee has completed and presented its report to the House on the Bernardo prison transfer. And I'll just say in general, with respect to this amendment, the issues raised by the subcommittee report, Conservatives are prepared to discuss and to negotiate on the various provisions. We're proposing a number of additional meetings on the auto theft study. We're proposing hearings on a number of other subjects. We are prepared to negotiate on all of those items and try to come to a consensus with respect to the agenda of the committee going forward. But a fundamental point for us is that the hearing on the Bernardo transfer lead to a report, that the report which has already been drafted be distributed, and that members complete the work on that report. The normal process through which parliamentary committees operate is that they conduct studies on legislation or on other important public issues of the day. When those studies are complete, they provide drafting instructions to analysts. Those analysts prepare a report which are then considered by committee, amended, recommendations added, etc., then adopted and reported to the House. And this reflects a core principle of how our parliamentary system is supposed to work, that parliamentary committees exist to facilitate the detailed study of specific public issues and to allow committee members to sort of become experts on specific policy areas, but then to use their expertise to inform Parliament as a whole. So the function of reporting to the House, of informing the House on the activities of parliamentary committees is obviously central to what they do. Parliamentary committees aren't just it's not just a think tank somewhere over here. It's a creature of Parliament with a reporting function to Parliament. And then when studies are completed, typically pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee would request that the government provide a written response, and the opportunity is then for the government to review the report, to identify areas where they disagree or where they agree or where they take note and provide some explanation about their policy in that respect. And then there's also an opportunity for concurrence, that is for a debate in the House, whereby members of Parliament can pronounce themselves in general on whether they agree with the conclusions of the report or not. So it's clearly part of the function of committees to conduct hearings, and that gives people opportunities to speak and brings greater attention and focus to a particular subject. But the committee's work should not happen in a vacuum isolated from the activities of Parliament, that those hearings should be a means by which the committee develops its expertise, comes up with specific recommendations, and informs the House about the results. And so when a committee undertakes a study and when witnesses are called, I think there's a reasonable expectation among at least those who are informed about the mechanics of this process that their testimony will contribute to the deliberations of Parliament more broadly. Sometimes it's a personal sacrifice of time, or because the committee is asking them to delve into matters that are very personal or difficult to talk about. But witnesses who choose to appear are making those sacrifices with likely a goal in mind, that the challenges, the sacrifices associated with testifying are worth it insofar as they then create the opportunity for policy changes to be driven through the committee's process. And so that's just the normal thing. That's not an original proposition being made that, hey, maybe committees should provide reports on things that they study. That's the way every committee in every room on every policy issue works, outside of some very narrow exceptions. That committees study issues, they prepare reports. Those reports go to the House, which then create an obligation, if desired, for a government response, and create a potential opportunity for the House to debate and pronounce itself as a whole on those conclusions. That is the committee process, and that was the spirit in which the committee undertook its work in the late fall on the Bernardo transfer. And it's just worth recalling, I was here at the Public Safety Committee when we were pushing for this issue to be studied. And the other parties then, as now, resisted any kind of discussion or engagement on the issue of the Bernardo prison transfer. We wanted to get to the bottom of what happened, why families weren't informed, et cetera. And Liberals did not want that to happen. So we had to persistently use a variety of different tools available to us to insist that the families of the victims be heard. And this was in a context where they were not properly informed at all about the prison transfer. As I recall, they were told day of that the prison transfer was happening when it was already effectively a fait accompli. The families of the victims did not have their day prior to the transfer, but we believe that they should be given their day in Parliament. And that includes the opportunity to testify, but then the subsequent opportunities for that testimony to drive substantive policy changes. So this is what we proposed with respect to the Bernardo prison transfer, and then Eventually, we were able to get those hearings to happen. There was an in-camera meeting to discuss drafting instructions. I wasn't there, and yeah.
Up one moment. Could I have everybody just quiet down a little bit? If you're going to have a conversation, could you take it outside? Because we're having a problem with the hearing. Thank you. Continue.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Chair. This is the first time I've been told to take it outside at a committee, but I felt that way at times, but I've never said it. So, Chair, just based on the conversations happening around the room and the intervening time that has taken place, I think there may be an appetite to let the ministers testify. So I will propose that we proceed to hearing from the ministers.
Point of order. That's out of order, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. O'Connell. We'll continue to a vote, please. Recorded vote? Yep. All right.
Ms. O'Connell.
No.
Mr. Badaway. No. Mr. McKinnon.
No.
Ms. Zaid.
No.
Mr. Gay.
No.
Mr. Caputo.
Yes, for the fifth time to hear from the ministers.
Mr. Shipley.
Yes.
Mr. Mutz.
Yes.
Mr. Genius.
Yes.
Madame Michaud.
Contre.
Monsieur Boulris.
No.
4 en faveur, 4 yeas, and 7 nays.
Defeated. Mr. Genius?
We have, again, repeatedly tried to give the ministers the opportunity to testify. I have, for the third time, explicitly proposed a motion asking that we proceed to hearing from the ministers. And 3 times in a row, all of the Liberal members, as well as their partners in the bloc in the NDP, have voted against allowing the ministers to appear, and that's quite shocking. That we would have 2 ministers here, that the agenda would say that ministers appear, but that Liberal members would move a motion to proceed to a different item to prevent the ministers from appearing, and that members would then repeatedly vote against the opportunity to hear from ministers. Clearly, we have to address the subcommittee report. I'm very happy that for us to debate the subcommittee report after the ministers, even later today, or we could have debated it previously if there had been agreement to proceed to it. We can certainly debate it at the next meeting. I am struck by, in particular, Ms. Michaud, who as I recall, had proposed previously that this committee undertake a study of auto theft, is now voting with the Liberals to deny herself the opportunity to ask questions to the ministers. And Ms. O'Connell may want to add herself to the speaking list. I was
just saying it's interesting how you go after the 2 women on the committee.
Are we allowing crosstalk, Chair, or not? I think my record will show that when other ministers or other members have raised things, I've challenged them as well. Actually, maybe that's probably not even worth dignifying with a response. But just to the point about the issues of motor vehicle theft, I do want to share some stats about the dramatic increase in vehicle thefts that have occurred under this government.
Point of order. Vehicle thefts is not relevant to the matter in question. I urge Mr. Jennis to stick to the matter in question.
Mr. McKinnon, I'm happy to respond to you. Unfortunately, your point of order does seem to reveal that you haven't read the amendment that we're discussing. The amendment says in additional proposed point 8, quote, that the committee hold 4 additional meetings as part of its auto theft study before the end of June. We might have to shift those timelines given how close we are to the end of June, but nonetheless, the point is that the proposed amendment deals explicitly with the issue of auto theft. So it is curious for you to say that the issue of auto theft has no relevance to the amendment when the amendment includes a proposal for additional meetings precisely on the issue of auto theft. I think Mr. McKinnon has revealed something that doesn't entirely surprise me, that he and perhaps other members of this committee have not even familiarized themselves with the amendment that we're talking about. And of course, they would have had weeks in which to do so, because we did move this amendment a number of weeks ago. It's on the public record, and it is regarding the agenda of the committee. And if we're going to have a discussion about it, then members should have read it. But on the other hand, I do sympathize with members like Mr. McKinnon who did not read the amendment and weren't prepared for this discussion today, because this wasn't what was on the agenda.
Back to your, I think that's enough debating with Mr. McKinnon. Can we get back to your amendment, please? Thank you.
Okay. Ms. O'Connell was concerned that I was only challenging the record and decisions of female members of the committee, and Mr. McKinnon did say some things that were clearly problematic. So I hope she appreciates that I've demonstrated that I'm happy to hold Liberals accountable of all types. Now, on to the issue that I was discussing before I was interrupted by the point of order from the member who maybe just for the benefit of Mr. McKinnon and other members, I wonder maybe the clerk can distribute the amendment just so that we don't have this kind of confusion going forward. These are the statistics in terms of the rise of auto theft and why Canadians are gravely concerned about it, and why I think legitimately they are seeking answers from ministers on it. There has been a 34.1% increase in auto thefts across Canada in the period from 2015 to 2022, which I assume is the latest point. We have Statistics Canada numbers available. Based on what we're hearing anecdotally, I think members would expect that they may well have gone up substantially further since 2022. There's been a particularly dramatic spike in certain regions of the country, 120% increase in auto thefts in New Brunswick, 190% in Moncton, 59% in Quebec, 105.9% increase overall in Montreal, 122.5% increase in Ontario, 122% increase in the Ottawa-Gatineau area. This is staggering. In the tenure of this NDP Liberal government, there has been a over 200% increase in auto thefts in the greater Toronto area. 216.94% increases in auto theft. Dramatic numbers. The government's own news release, in fact, says that in 2022, close to 10,000 vehicles, 9,600 vehicles approximately, were stolen in the Toronto area alone. According to the Canada Finance and Leasing Association, that represents a 300% increase since 2015. And this is why we think it is important to study the issue of auto theft. Notionally, members of other parties said they wanted to study the issue of auto theft, and yet they have tried to block at every turn meaningful action on this issue. The government trumpeted the fact that they were going to have a summit. They had a meeting at which this was discussed, and Mr. Rodriguez says it was a great summit. And look, I would actually love to hear more from him about what the government has done on this. I didn't receive an invitation, actually, Mr.
It's in the mail.
Rodriguez.
It's in the mail.
But I would welcome further interactions of this nature with Mr. Rodriguez. So I would now, and hopefully, if not by me, members have been persuaded by Mr. Rodriguez's clear desire to speak. I will move now that the committee proceed
to hearing from the ministers.
Stop filibustering.
Please encourage your colleagues, Mr. Rodriguez, to vote in favor of my motion to proceed to allowing you
There's
to
no
testify.
debate once you move the motion.
That is for once correct, Ms. O'Connell. So let's vote.
Your mansplaining will go over well on your podcast. But it's okay. You're the party of controlling women's bodies. So
Excuse me. Call for the vote, clerk.
Ms. O'Connell,
no.
Mr. Bedaway,
Like the last 5 times, no.
Mr. McKinnon,
No.
Ms. Zaid,
No.
Mr. Gay,
No.
Mr. Caputo,
Like the last 5 times, yes, to hear from the ministers.
Mr. Shipley,
Yes.
Mr. Matz,
Yes.
Mr. Genius,
Yes.
Madame Michaud, Monsieur Boulris.
Mais non.
Yeas 4, nays 7.
Defeated. Mr. Genius, you have the floor.
Well, thank you, Chair. I'm sorry to disappoint Mr. Rodriguez. We have not for the first time. Yes, my primary priority here is to make my constituents happy, not Liberal ministers. But anyways, we have moved now 4 times that the committee proceed to hearing from ministers. And in all 4 of those cases, Liberals, as well as their coalition partners, have opposed that testimony from being able to occur. Our view, as reflected in the in the amendment that we've proposed, is that ministers appear separately for 1 hour each on the study of auto theft. That the Minister of Public Safety be invited to appear separately for 2 hours for consideration of the main estimates and his leadership ambitions. Sorry, no, that's not in there. Just the main estimates, don't worry. Or for 1 hour on main estimates and 1 hour on, I guess the motion says arrive can. It should really say the arrive scam scandal, but we chose not to use that word in hopes that it would have a better chance of passing. That's with respect to ministers appearing, proposing in the sub-amendment that the committee undertake the legally required statutory review, that the draft report on the Bernardo transfer be immediately distributed, and that the committee proceed with hearings on that. We've also proposed that the committee hold its previously agreed upon meeting on the transfer of Luke Magnotta out of maximum security prison by the end of June. So this committee had agreed to look at the transfer of another violent criminal, Mr. Magnotta, and again, there was no mention in the original draft of the subcommittee report of completing that work. So, in the same spirit of our desire to get to the bottom of what happened with Paul Bernardo, we believe that it is important for the committee to complete its work with respect to the prison transfer of Magnotta. When the committee has passed a motion calling on beginning the process of doing a study on an issue, those motions should have meaning. They should lead to that actual work being undertaken, and it being undertaken in a timely way. And then the issue of the additional auto theft meetings. Conservatives are proposing in this amendment to the subcommittee agenda that we hold 4 additional meetings as part of the auto theft study before the end of June. And it's obvious why. I was sharing some statistics previously on the issue of I was sharing on the rate of auto theft that has occurred.
time now, so I'm going to suspend after the first hour, and we'll take a 5-minute break. Thank you to the witnesses. We appreciate your time, and we'll continue in
That was
5
fun.
minutes with new witnesses when they move out. Thank you. Everybody ready? Good. Okay, we'll reconvene. So to begin with, I will be today resigning as chair, and I will be turning this over to the clerk for an election. I thank everybody for their time and effort on this committee. It's been an interesting process, but as of right now, I'm turning this over to the chair, and we'll call for an election. Thank you.
Honorable members of the committee, I see quorum. I must inform members that the clerk of the committee can only receive motions for election of the chair. The clerk cannot receive other types of motions, cannot entertain points of order, nor participate in debate. Je dois informer les membres que le greffier du
I must inform members that the clerk of the committee can only receive motions for the election of the chair. The clerk cannot receive other types of motions, cannot get point of orders.
The chair must be a member of the government party. Nous pouvons procéder à l'élection à la présidence.
We can now proceed to the election of the chair pursuant to Standing Order 1062. The chair must be a member of the government party.
Je suis prêt à recevoir des motions pour la présidence. Madame O'Connell.
I move Ron McKinnon.
Il est proposé par Madame O'Connell.
It has been moved by Ms. O'Connell that Ron McKinnon be elected as chair of the committee. Any further motions?
Vote for Heath McDonald.
So it has been moved by Mr. Motz that Mr. Heath McDonald be chair. Since there's more than one candidate has been nominated, pursuant to Standing Order 1063, any motion received after the initial one shall be taken as a notice of motion, and such motion shall be put to the committee serial until one is adopted. So the first motion is, il est proposé par Madame O'Connell que
that the motion proposed by Ms. O'Connell that Mr. McKinnon be elected as chair of the committee.
Be elected as chair of the committee. So who is in favor? 6, 7 in favor. Who is against? 7 yeas, 4 nays. Mr. McKinnon, you're the chair.
Well, thank you all. So we still have a motion on the floor, and Mr. Dennis has the floor.
Chair, just maybe a point of order. The committee has addressed another matter of business. I just want to make sure we're procedurally correct here. The committee has addressed the election of the chair, which I believe does supersede the item under consideration. Is it necessary to move another resumption motion if we're going to continue, given that we have dealt with on a different item? The committee cannot have two motions on the floor at the same time, and did just deal with a motion for the election of chair. So I would be of the view that this motion is not on the floor anymore, and I would welcome proceeding to witness testimony. If it is on the floor, I have more to say, but I don't think it's actually on the floor anymore.
My advice by the clerk is that it remains on the floor, that this matter of committee business did not sideswipe that. So if you want to go to committee business, we're happy to do a vote on this, but otherwise you have the floor and you may continue to speak.
Okay, Chair, that's not entirely clear to me, because I do think that it is an established principle of committee that you can't have multiple motions on the floor at once. I don't know if you're comfortable allowing the clerk to weigh in on the matter.
Did you want to speak or not?
Well, I do, but let's just make this clearer then. Committee can pronounce itself on the matter either way. I move that we proceed to hear from the witnesses.
Go ahead.
Ms. O'Connell,
No.
Mr. Badaway,
No.
Mr. McDonald. No. Ms. Zaid.
No.
Mr. Gair,
No.
Mr. Caputo,
Yes, for the sixth time to hear.
Mr. Shipley,
Yes.
Mr. Matz,
Yes.
Mr. Genius,
Yes.
Madame Michaud,
Contre.
Monsieur Boulris.
Contre.
Yeas 4, nays 7.
Thank you. We shall continue with the debate. Mr. Dennis, you have the floor.
Well, thank you, Chair. I don't know if this sentiment is widely felt, but I do want to just say I'm sorry for the witnesses that have come here and put in the preparation that members of the Liberal Party, the Bloc, and the NDP just voted against us giving you the opportunity to hear. It couldn't be clearer. We just put forward a motion to allow proceed to hearing from the witnesses. And the other three parties voted against that motion to proceed to hearing from the witnesses. Of course, we have other business to attend to, the subcommittee report, and the chair could very easily have set aside time for that to occur. And Mr. Badaway is sort of heckling that we should just go to a vote on this motion. I don't think it's reasonable at all to propose an item of business that's not on the agenda for discussion and say, well, we must have an immediate vote before we will allow the items that are on the agenda to proceed. I would suggest that the committee undertake the items that are on the agenda, but that we set aside time to consider the matters in the subcommittee report. And nonetheless, let me just conclude my remarks here quickly with a couple final points. The amendment we proposed is to establish certain things with respect to the future business of this committee. To establish that this committee should complete its hearings and present a report to the House on the Bernardo prison transfer, to complete the work that it has committed to with respect to the transfer of Luca Magnotta out of maximum security, that the committee should hold 4 additional meetings as part of its auto theft study before the end of June. And one item that I haven't mentioned yet is that the committee invite the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions to appear for 1 hour, the Minister of Public Safety and the Premier of BC to appear for 1 hour to discuss the impact of the government's approach to dangerous drugs on public safety and the diversion of taxpayer-funded drugs. This is another urgent public safety issue. That particular proposal does not have a timeline associated with it. That's something that could well be done in the fall. But at some point, our view is that ministers and those responsible more generally for this file at a time where there is an acute and escalating crisis around addiction and the diversion of taxpayer-funded drugs driving that crisis, that we should hear from those responsible. So this is broadly what we're trying to do. Is we're trying to establish the agenda of the committee going forward, and trying to establish it on a consensual basis. We're not going to accept that a backroom deal between coalition partners that excludes some parties should be the basis for setting the committee's future agenda. We think that it should be set in a consensual manner that allows the important work of the committee to conclude. And of course, we're prepared to make reasonable compromises in the course of establishing the committee's agenda going forward. But the one point that we have persistently insisted on, and we will insist on, is that given that the families of the victims and their representatives made the sacrifice of presenting their experience before Parliament, it is vital that we honor that sacrifice by taking the information that we receive from them and finalizing a report, reporting it to the House so that it can lead to policy actions. We are committed to saying that given that they testified, given that the report has been drafted, that we should complete that report. It's clear from the original version of the subcommittee report, it's clear that Liberals in particular are trying to block, bury, and suppress the report that has been prepared on the Bernardo prison transfer. They didn't want this study to happen in the first place, and they want to prevent this report on why and how Paul Bernardo was transferred to medium security prison from ever seeing the light of day. We are opposed to the covering up of this information. We are opposed to Liberal efforts to bury the Bernardo report. That report must see the light of day. And if other parties are prepared to agree that that report must see the light of day, then we have a lot of room to talk about the other items in this amendment. But we will have a hard time finding consensus if the government, the Trudeau Liberals, persist in their posture of denying victims the opportunity to be heard through this report. With that, Chair, I would like to be added to the list again because I have a few other points I want to make, but I know that Mr. Shipley is keen to weigh in, so I will cede the floor for now. Please add me back to the bottom of the list, and I look forward to hearing what my colleagues have to say on this.
Thank you, Mr. Janice. Mr. Shipley, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and congratulations, and welcome back to a role you had not too long ago. I would like to speak on this important issue. I won't go quite as lengthy as my colleague did. I just wanted to mention my concern and disappointment that we're not talking about auto theft here this morning. We had a great list of witnesses that were available to appear before us, including two high-ranking ministers of the Liberal government that I was very prepared to ask some questions of. We have moved a motion many times to see if we could get to them. They've now left the room, so we won't be able to ask them any questions. We still do have some good witnesses here that'd be nice to ask some questions of. Because auto theft, our study, the title of it is Growing Problem of Car Theft in Canada. That shows alone that we all agreed to that title, that it's a serious concern. It's been growing immensely, and we've heard from a tremendous amount of witnesses through this study just exactly how bad it's getting. We have heard from numerous police services, from the Montreal Police Service to the OPP to Laval Police, Toronto Police Services, all talking about just the rapid increase. I would just like to touch on a couple of key points, and then I will pass the floor over to my friend and colleague, Mr. Caputo. I'd like to talk about the auto theft and how much it's impacting and costing residents right across Canada, but specifically in my riding of Barrie, Springwater, Oromonte. I mentioned this once before, and I'm going to repeat it, Chair, if I could, that I had a resident call me in regards to their young son who is 19 years old, who had a clean driving record, and their renewal of their insurance had gone up $75 a month. They had not received any tickets for their 3 or 4 years of clean driving, and usually people are used to seeing their rates going down. And when the call, this resident told me, was made to their insurance company as to why it went up $75 a month, which is a lot of money, they were informed it was strictly, and this was the answer, came right from the insurance company, strictly due to the rising auto theft issue. So this is a very serious issue. It's costing people, and it's affecting a lot of people. In Ontario alone, auto theft claims are up 524%. And Toronto police are, discussing how brazen thieves are getting. Carjackings have doubled this year. Break-and-enters have gotten so frequent that the TPS officer recommended that Torontonians leave their keys by their front door to prevent thieves from coming further into their houses. It's just remarkable what we're hearing. After 9 years, people just don't know when they wake up in the morning if their car is going to be in the driveway. So it's a real shame we couldn't have got to some important questions of the ministers today. I had pages and pages of great questions. I have many pages of different quotes here from the police services we have heard from during our testimony here, but I won't get on into all that now. I would, as my colleague Mr. Garnett mentioned, like to be put back on the list after that, but I will give the floor over to my friend and colleague Mr. Caputo.
So, you want to put your name back on the list at the end?
Correct, sir.
Okay. Mr. Caputo, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome to thank you, Chair. Welcome to your new position here. Now, we do have two ministers here, and it's unfortunate that we will not be speaking with the ministers through the chair in question and answer. It's one of the few times we actually get to hear directly from ministers. It's indeed a rarity that we do hear from ministers directly. In fact, we have many statistics here between 2015 and 2022 relating to auto theft, and I would have thought that the bloc would want to hear from the ministers, given that they proposed the study on auto theft that occupied, I believe, if my memory serves, over 6 meetings. 34.1% increase across Canada in 2015, from 2015 to 2022. So those numbers may be even higher because we're now in 2024, obviously. 120% increase in New Brunswick. Now, who was here from New Brunswick a few minutes ago? Would have been very interesting to hear from himself, Minister LeBlanc, and in his home community, I believe, 190% increase in Moncton. Now, we voted 5, maybe 6 times, Chair, to hear from Minister LeBlanc on this, and we won't be hearing from him today. And it's unfortunate that the Liberals, which is no surprise that they voted the way they did, but it is a surprise that the Bloc voted the way they did. No surprise that the NDP voted the way they did, as they have stymied and obfuscated on behalf of the Liberals for over 2.5 years. 105.9% in Montreal, 122.5% increase in Ontario. Now, my colleague, Mr. Shipley, just pointed out that it was to the point where people were actually being advised to keep their keys readily accessible so as to presumably avoid violent confrontation with people stealing their cars. It's almost like a harm reduction. We don't want you to get hurt because people will inevitably be stealing your car. That's how bad it's gotten, Mr. Chair. Now, it would have been interesting, too, to speak with the Public Safety Minister, Minister LeBlanc. There are two reporters, fairly well known, I'm sure, Robert Fife and Stephen Chase, and they actually had a story in the Globe, they had a story today. I'm just trying to see which outlet it was from. In any event, it said, quote, Public Safety Minister Dominic LeBlanc had initially promised that the Commission into Foreign Interference would have full access to secret documents, including, quote, all relevant cabinet documents, end quote, even if some of that sensitive information can't be made available to Canadians. Skipping a paragraph, quote, buried in a footnote in Justice Hoag's May 3 report, she said there were redactions in some of the cabinet documents handed over to the inquiry and added, quote, discussions as to the applications of these privileges is ongoing, end quote. So we actually had the minister here who said this. So on the one hand, and this isn't uncommon, as we know, with the Liberal government, the government of budgets balancing themselves, of getting back to a balanced budget set in stone after 4 years. It's not uncommon that the Liberals would reverse themselves, but here we're talking about foreign interference, and there has been a lot of obfuscation on this point. And we have the minister who we could have heard from today saying, you know what, we're going to give this respected judge all the information that we need, all the information that she needs in order to shine the light which, in my view, this Liberal government has done anything but when it comes to foreign interference. And yet, they are claiming the very thing that they said they would not claim, cabinet confidence. And this was just a report came out today here from Mr. Fife and Mr. Chase. Would have been wonderful to ask the minister about it. It would have been wonderful to ask the minister about the 190% increase in auto theft in Moncton and the 120.15% increase in auto theft in New Brunswick. Would have been wonderful. I'm sure he would have given us wonderful answers as he campaigns to be the next Liberal leader. Be that as it may, we won't hear from him. We voted, I believe, 5, maybe 6 times to hear from the officials. And unfortunately, that didn't happen. I'd like to move on to some of the issues in relation to the Magnotta and Bernardo transfer. It's very clear to me the Liberals really do not want to talk about this. It's very clear to me that their partners in the NDP and the Bloc are assisting, at least in this meeting, in any event, to do that. I'm going to read here, this is from a letter dated March 11th, 2024, from 3 people, Marcia Penner, Tini Hilton, and Laura Murray. And they sent this letter, I believe it was to the chair, but I'm going to go through this letter here. To say we are heartbroken is an understatement. Today's meeting was nothing short of a political train wreck and beyond disrespectful. Now, I'll let the people who watched the meeting, I was there, I'll let the people who watched the meeting, and it's readily available online, decide why that was, but I certainly agree with the comments of the writers. The intent of this meeting was to propose the motion to undertake a study of reclassification and transfer of Luca Magnotta and other federal offenders such as Paul Bernardo. A necessary motion that all parties were seemingly in agreement on before the personal political agenda started. Now, my recollection, Chair, is that on behalf of the Bloc, Ms. Michaud signed to have an emergency meeting pursuant to Section 106.4 of the orders so that we could actually have this meeting. And the Liberals came out and said, you know what, we're content with this meeting. We will have this meeting. Not only will we have this meeting, we want to add witnesses. My recollection is that there were going to be 6 meetings. Everybody was in agreement. And then out of nowhere, the Bloc says, you know what, we only want 1 meeting, and these are the people that we want to hear from. And the Liberals, who had previously said, we agreed to 6 meetings with these witnesses, were all of a sudden so eager to withdraw the need for those witnesses that they said were necessary to explore this very important issue. Almost with glee, in my view, said, yeah, we just need 1 meeting. And I'll go on to read here because I think it really does encapsulate what occurred at that meeting. This then resulted, this being the motion, I believe, this then resulted the interference of good judgment and decisions, a display of childlike playground behavior debating who has the most friends, a public display of nonsense, in my opinion. The intent and focus should be on why sadistic pedophile, rapists, psychopathic and dangerous offender murderers are being transferred from maximum security penitentiaries to medium facilities. I don't think we'd have much disagreement there, although we now know that there are actually 57 dangerous offenders. And when I say dangerous offenders, those are people who have been designated by the courts as dangerous offenders. And for those who aren't aware, a dangerous offender is designated in the most exceptional of circumstances. In a country of almost 40 million people, I believe that there are roughly 815 dangerous offenders. That's all. So somebody do the math. I think the math is roughly 1 in 47,000, if memory serves. So in my community of Kamloops, my home community, where I was raised, that would be 2 people for all of Kamloops. Exceptionally rare. And yet 57 of them are in minimum security. Now, the dangerous offender designation is an interesting one. In fact, as in all of my time practicing criminal law, I don't think I once dealt with a dangerous offender hearing because they're very rare. And a judge, and I'm leaving out the nuance here, but broad strokes here, a judge is essentially saying there is so much concern about your behavior legally. You are such a risk to the community, to the person who is offended, that we will sentence you not just on what you have done, but on what you might do. And this is not a low threshold to put somebody in what's called an indeterminate sentence, a sentence that does not end, to place a warrant of committal, it's called, on that person, that they will be committed to custody indeterminately. So a judge has said, this is so dangerous, you are so dangerous, we believe you may have to spend the rest of your life in jail, reserved for the worst of the worst. Paul Bernardo is himself designated a dangerous offender. And yet 57, minimum security, no fences. I get back to the letter. And why are the transfers being done secretly without proper notification to the victims and their family? Well, that's a great question. It's a wonderful question. And had we had the 6 meetings, it would have been a wonderful question to ask. Why are these notifications being done? Last time I checked, much of the focus of our system should be on victims. As Conservatives, we obviously believe that victims should be at the center. I think most people here have probably been the victim of something. I know that I've been the victim. I call it relatively minor offenses. People have written letters to me that were threatening and harassing, and there were charges that were laid, but I think that that's pretty darn trivial in relation to what the victims of people like Bernardo and Magnotta have done. Why was this transfer done in the dead of night? Why wasn't there notification that was appropriately done? Why wasn't there any consultation period? I'm not sure, Mr. Chair. Well, I am. Actually, I shouldn't say I'm not sure. To me, this is a wholehearted debacle that lays at the feet of the leadership of the Correctional Service of Canada. This, I'm constantly hearing from organizations, or pardon me, from individuals, and these are people on the front lines, not people who sit at national headquarters telling people what to do. You want to know if something's working well? Go talk to the people on the front lines. And what they're telling me is this isn't working. Corrections is not working well. It's a message that I wish Commissioner Ann Kelly would hear. It's a question that I wish Minister Dominic LeBlanc would hear and actually enforce, but perhaps he's too busy shining up his resume to become a prime ministerial candidate. In any event, moving on to the next paragraph. Instead, we chose to quote numbers of how many inmates were moved to medium security facilities under Conservative government and how the ice rink at La Macasa is not in working order and was in fact installed under the Conservatives. I couldn't have said it any better. The issue really wasn't about whether there's an ice rink, in my view. It's funny, they told me that there were skates available, so I'm not sure why skates are available for an ice rink that doesn't exist and why hockey nets were there. You'd have to ask Ann Kelly and her people about their carefully worded press release and the very nuanced language that they used. I can say that they certainly weren't seeing what I was seeing, but perhaps we can all go for a tour one day and have a look, see what we actually do see. The photographs that I've disseminated publicly pretty clearly show a hockey rink. In any event, the writers make a very good point. This wasn't about whether there was an ice rink or whether it was working or whether the tennis courts actually were in use or not. They are used. They were used up until last fall. I believe it's October. But the letter writers rightly note what was not mentioned or made clear was that all of the transfers done during that time frame, how many were serial killer, psychopathic, dangerous offenders such as Paul Bernardo or Luca Magnotta. Here, Marsha Penner, Tania Hilton, Laura Murray, they hit the nail right on the head. For all the people who say, you know what, that rink was in existence. These amenities were in existence under Stephen Harper. With all due respect, you're missing the point. Paul Bernardo and Luca Magnotta and others, there are other very serious offenders who were transferred to that jail. They were not transferred there under Stephen Harper. In fact, I have great faith that a Conservative government under Harper, if this had occurred, would have taken steps to remedy this issue and ensure that it would not occur again. And to all the people who say, well, politicians can't intervene. No, but politicians, parliamentarians, our job is to react. And in this case, the Liberals, with the help now of the NDP and the Bloc, are choosing not to react. And they've done that on a number of fronts. They've done it very openly, saying, well, this is a decision. Corrections has their own views, and they'll make the decisions. They also enabled this with Bill C-83, talking about the least restrictive measure, as opposed to the measure that ought to be the most just. We as parliamentarians react all the time. We reacted to 2 cases that struck down Section 33.1 of the Criminal Code that it essentially said, again, I'm not getting into the legal nuance, you cannot claim intoxication for a general intent offense. We immediately tabled legislation. Why? Because that's what's expected of us. So to say, oh, you can't intervene in a decision. No, we react to a decision. So we don't say to the commissioner, or the public safety minister shouldn't be saying to the commissioner, move Paul Bernardo. What the public safety minister should be doing is analyzing the regulations, or the commissioner, what she should be doing, and I believe she probably left this out in her testimony before this committee, is that she could issue a commissioner's directive on maximum security and who should be there. So let's not pretend that this is someone else's problem. Let's not pretend that nothing can be done. When there is an issue, and that issue is made clear based on evidence, the expectation is that we as parliamentarians will react. And when we react, we are not reacting in a way that is intervention. We are reacting to right a wrong. And it bothers me so much that, I note the bells are ringing here, Mr. Chair. I'm so sorry. Thank you. And I note, Mr. Chair, that there is no appetite. In fact, my colleague, Mr. Genereux, had a bill that would have returned a very narrow caliber of offender to maximum security. I believe it was 2 first-degree murders and dangerous offenders, if memory serves. Again, very narrow category. Very few people have 2 first-degree murders. In my time practicing criminal law, I think I prosecuted 1 first-degree murder. It is incredibly rare. And what did the Liberals do? Including with people who had proximity to where offenses in relation to Magnotta and Bernardo. What did they do? They voted against it. What did the Bloc do? They voted against it. What did the NDP do? They voted against it. And this was after we got this letter that I am quoting from. I will go on. This would be key information to have, and that is how many such people, serial killers like Bernardo and Magnotta, were moved under the Harper government. It is not unheard of or unreasonable that there are certain prisoners who should be classified and moved as such. No agreement for me. I've said repeatedly, and I'll say it again publicly, there is a place for minimum security, there is a place for medium security, and there is a place for maximum security. I think we'd all would wish that we lived in a world where everybody could be supervised at minimum security with no fences, living a life that's closely mirrors what a person would get on the street. That would be wonderful if we lived in a world that was like that. Unfortunately, we don't live in a world that permits it. We live in a world where there are the Bernardos and Magnotas of the world. And the question is, what do we do with it? And perimeter security aside, can this person escape? The question, in my view, is actually one of justice. Is it just and appropriate that Bernardo and Magnota have access to the amenities they do at medium security? I go back to the letter writers hitting it on the head. This devolved into a debate among so many people about whether this is appropriate, about recreation. Well, let's dismantle that mistruth. Recreation. Are people saying there's no recreation in maximum security? I've been to number of maximum security jails, maybe even most in this country. I can tell you this, there is recreation in every single one of those facilities. So it's not like you get moved from maximum to medium and then there's a gym. In fact, when I was at a federal institution in the Atlantic, a new unit design actually had exercise facilities joined to the unit so that a person could safely exercise without actually having to be moved. So this argument that was made of, well, you're just discounting exercise and people need recreation because it keeps them calmer. Do people in maximum security not need exercise to keep them calmer? In fact, you're actually dealing with a caliber of offender that is likely more dangerous because the only reason you get to maximum security is because generally your escape risk and your public safety risk are too high, or your institutional adjustment, which is essentially your behavior in jail, causes problems. That's what gets you to maximum security. So this whole notion of, well, you're just against recreation couldn't be further from the truth. Why? Recreation is present. And yet, this was turned into a discussion by some, unfortunately, about recreation. The idea of prison recreation is, in my view, a discussion that is worthy of further debate. In fact, there might be people who would argue that there should be hockey rinks and tennis courts. Some may argue even that they should be in medium security, and that's a discussion I'd be happy to have. Again, returning to what the letter writer said, though, this is a question of whether or not Paul Bernardo and Luca Magnotta should have access to such things. The letter writers go on, and this is the point that they so eloquently make that I wish I could say as clearly as them. Further to the ice rink comment, no one is disputing that an ice rink could or should be at La Macasa and used for suitable medium security offenders. And I underline suitable. The debate is that Paul Bernardo should not be living in a medium security facility at all. Period. I'm going to say that again because I think it's very important, particularly for the people who voted for 6 meetings to 1. So here it is. Further to the ice rink comment, no one is disputing that an ice rink could or should be at La Macasa and used for suitable medium security prisoners. The debate is that Paul Bernardo should not be living in a medium security facility at all. Period. That is about as clear as you can get it. This move should never have taken place. I pause there to note that the discussion and the study of the Bernardo transfer commenced, I believe, in clerk, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it started in October of 2023. As it stands now, based on the subcommittee report, which we are debating, this report, we don't even have a date for the report to be completed. That is how little consideration is being given to this committee, to Canadians generally, about the issue of the Bernardo transfer, and to the victims specifically. We would rather talk about everything other than Bernardo and Magnotta. And it's clear to me that those are the marching orders of the bloc. To their credit, the NDP actually voted for the 6 meetings. I will give them credit for that. The bloc put forward the motion to reduce it from 6 meetings to 1, inexplicably, and the Liberals voted with it. They were all too happy to strike their witnesses that they said were all too necessary for this discussion. Not only that, not only we go from 6 meetings to 1, that meeting has not yet been scheduled. When's the meeting going to be scheduled? I say that rhetorically, Chair, but when's the meeting going to be scheduled? When? When are we going to have this meeting? Are we going to go into the fall of 2024? Or are we just going to have more pushing it down the way? It's pretty clear to me that the Liberals are happy to work with the bloc, and in some cases with the NDP. It sure was very quick to agree here at the outset of the meeting when you gave the floor to the Liberals, or when the past chair gave the floor to the Liberals, I should say. It was pretty clear. There was an agreement there. We don't want to talk about this. We want to talk about something else. Well, we as Conservatives do want to talk about this, and I'll tell you right now, victims want to talk about this, and Canadians want to talk about this, and I, myself and my Conservative colleagues, will not lift our foot off the gas pedal when it comes to talking about this. The letter continues. It is the designation of prisoners of this caliber that is under severe scrutiny and question, not the facilities and amenities at La Casa. This paragraph nails it. Absolutely nails it. Next, it is easy to get diverted and off track. When not directly impacted by these decisions, it is easy to brush things aside and simply say, this isn't our job. Again, I go back to the fact, I hope nobody has ever been a victim in this room of offenses of this nature. If you have, I don't know what it's like, but I'm sorry for what you're going through. But I can say that the people here are speaking from their hearts, talking about the direct impact. Do not brush this aside. And this is what people are telling us when they come to us. There were other letters that came to my inbox, and I know that they were CC'd to other members of this committee. And they didn't mince words. They know what those letters said. So easy to say, we can't change this or it's out of our hands. Well, it's quite easy to do that when you just delay the meeting. We don't want to talk about Bernardo now. Let's talk about it in the fall. We don't want to talk about Magnotta now. Let's talk about it in the fall. We have a draft report. Let's not even discuss it. We don't want Bernardo in the news. It's clear the Liberals don't want Bernardo in the news. The Liberals don't want Magnotta in the news. And for some reason, the bloc is prepared to help them with this. I don't understand. So easy to say we can't change this or it's out of our hands. As politicians, it is, capitalized is, your job. Couldn't agree more. It is our job. People expect us to deal with things head on. We are parliamentarians. We are expected to deal with the tough issues. We are expected to say to Commissioner Ann Kelly, why was Paul Bernardo transferred in the middle of the night? Commissioner Kelly, why wasn't adequate victim notification made? Commissioner Kelly, more information has come up about the Magnotta transfer, internal memorandums now, talking about the fact we want to keep this quiet. Even though when there is a heightened public interest, there is a basis to release this information. And if there is not a heightened public interest in the transfer of an offender with the notoriety and severe offenses as Luca Magnotta, I'm not sure where that public interest would exist. His offenses rank as some of the worst that anybody in this room has ever heard of. I feel sorry for the investigators who had to deal with that. Sorry for the people who had to see the photographs of that time after time after time. And yet, here we are saying, nah, doesn't reach the threshold of notoriety. We don't want to do that. I will go back to the letter. As politicians, it is your job. Couldn't agree more. So we are failing to do our job here. I ask rhetorically, Chair, what will it take for this committee to talk about Magnotta? What will it take for this committee to talk about Bernardo? What will it take for this committee to table the draft report on the Bernardo transfer? I'm trying to think of a time when a study, and I've only been here for 2.5 years, so perhaps somebody can correct me afterwards. I'm trying to think of a time when a study took so long for the report to come to committee, especially after the hearings had wrapped up. I believe, Clerk, you can help me out here. What was can I ask, I'm not sure the last date of the Bernardo hearings, likely sometime in January, February, maybe even in the fall, that they had come up. At this rate, we won't be dealing with the Bernardo transfer report until next fall, literally months after it occurred, or pardon me, it's years after the transfer occurred, months after the committee got done its business. Why is this committee afraid to deal with the reports? I'll go back to the letter again. It is our job. What are we so afraid of? I return to the letter. It's your job to listen, help, and to implement change. Isn't it ever? It is our job to listen, to help, and to implement change. If we won't listen to victims, who will we listen to? Victims who saw this committee go from 6 meetings to the Liberals cheering on the amendment to go to 1 meeting. And now, we have the consequence of that. And yet, we still show up here, and there's still no desire to address this. One must wonder why they don't just want to rip off the Band-Aid. Let's just deal with Bernardo, let's just deal with Magnotta, and be done with it. It happens. These transfers happened. They happened in the dead of night, almost like corrections doesn't want anybody to know. Well, Commissioner Kelly, I'll tell you this. Canadians want to know. And I'll go even further. Canadians have a right to know. They have a right to know where their tax dollars are going and whether or not their tax dollars are being used effectively in managing some of the most dangerous and most notorious individuals. And this is especially true when we talk about the use of drones in jail. It's no secret that people like Bernardo and Magnotta in Maximum, or in Medium, even in Maximum, I believe over 150 cell phones were seized from one maximum security jail in Canada in 1 year. 150. 150. Commissioner Kelly and her team have some answering to do. How is it that 150 cell phones were in maximum security in 1 year? I can get the exact statistic on this. I've got it somewhere here. There are answers that are needed. A simple fence would prevent it. You have somebody like a Bernardo or a Magnotta, and they're in Medium, not even in Maximum. It's a lot easier to get things into Medium. Ceramic knives. I was in a jail a couple of weeks ago. A drone had just dropped ceramic knives in there.
Pardon me, Mr. Caputo?
Yes.
So the time scheduled for our witnesses has passed, and so I would like to thank all our witnesses for their extreme forbearance on behalf of the committee, and you are released if you wish to go. You can stay and enjoy the proceedings, but please feel free to go if that's your will. Thank you. Mr. Caputo, you may carry on.
Thank you. I'm just going to give people a moment if they want to say goodbye or thank you to the witnesses, if that's okay. Yeah, can we suspend, please? It might be appropriate.
The committee will suspend at the call of its chair. So I call this meeting back to order. And before I give the floor back to Mr. Caputo, Mr. McDonald has acknowledged that has advised me that there are four 4-H members in the audience. Welcome to the Thrust Ontario Parliament, and we shall carry on with Mr. Caputo. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. One moment here, please. Mr. Chair, I was speaking about a letter that was written on March 11th, 2024. And in my view, this letter really animates a number of the concerns that I have and that this committee ought to have. And while welcome to our new colleague here, while the committee ought to have these concerns, I'm saddened that it doesn't. And I think that part of what this letter talks about is just how far we have gone astray as a committee. And I think that there are individual committee members who may have more responsibility than others. I go on with the March 11th letter. It's your job to listen, help, and implement change. Now, I'm going to read an exchange that was here during the Bernardo meetings, and this is from November 27th, 2023. It may actually be November 27th, 2024 by the time we actually get this report tabled. And actually, this intervention is between you, Mr. Chair, and the Commissioner of Corrections, Ann Kelly. Quote, member, Mr. McKinnon, quote, thank you. I notice a common thread in questions from my Conservative colleagues. There seems to be still an impression that somehow the reclassification of Mr. Bernardo to medium security is somehow a mitigation of his sentence. Can you tell me if the pillows are softer in medium security? Answer, no, they are not. With all due respect, I think that really misses the point. Asking whether the pillows are softer in medium security. In Canada, a lot of people don't know this, but there is no sentencing principle of retribution. There is no sentencing principle of punishment per se. Some people have disagreed on this a little bit. But are the pillows softer in medium security? With all due respect to the chair, and I know or I believe that there are victims watching or people who are interested in watching, this is exactly the type of thing that is dismissive of what people have gone through as victims, what the French family and the Mahaffey family and the other nameless, faceless, voiceless victims have gone through, people whose names we will never know. I've often said our work, or the work I'm trying to do, is about giving names to the nameless, voices to the voiceless, and faces to the faceless. And Mr. Chair, when we ask about whether the pillows are softer in medium security, I think we completely disregard that. I think we denigrate the victim experience. Frankly, I'm surprised, and maybe this was withdrawn, but it should have been withdrawn, because in my view, it is a slap in the face to victims. The Commissioner answered, no, they are not. Mr. McKinnon continued, under the conditions of his imprisonment, he was not sentenced to maximum security. That's true. You can't be sentenced to a security level in Canada. He was sentenced to serve a term of some number of years in a prison, life imprisonment. He wasn't sentenced to medium versus maximum, so the change of classification is really only about managing the prisoner, managing the conditions of the prison, and determining whether or not this person is a danger within the institution. They do not in any way increase his opportunity to be put on the street or to escape. So, Commissioner, that's right. Security classification is very important. It's to manage the inmate where they should be managed. It's interesting that the Commissioner says that, because escape risk is one of the things, if public safety risk is at high, which will actually send you to maximum, if my memory serves. So I'm not sure why the Commissioner would say that. The Chair said they do not in any way increase the opportunity to be put on the street or to escape. I've been to Millhaven Institution, where Paul Bernardo was previously kept. I saw the cell where he previously was. I've been to Lama Casa. The two jails could not be any more different. For those people who've not been in jail, which is most of the public and probably most of the people in this room, a maximum security model is highly controlled. There is minimal interaction, particularly in new jails. There is minimal interaction with inmates. When I was visiting a jail recently, the correctional officers would do a walk every hour, and every time they did their hourly walk, there was somebody present up above who could use deadly force any time to protect them. So once an hour, they would go through. If somebody needed something, I presume they could make a request, because there was an open area where they could communicate with officers, but there was no hand-to-hand interaction. There was face-to-face interaction, but there was a distance between them. You go to Lama Casa, it is completely different. You don't have the double door model, as I'll call it. In maximum security, it's always two doors. And when one door is open, the other door must remain shut. So when we're talking about escape risk, actually, I'm surprised that the Commissioner didn't pick up on this. It is harder to go through two doors than it is to go through one door. In order to get to an inmate at Millhaven, for instance, to actually see them on the living unit, I would estimate probably went through 3, 4, 5 locked doors, in addition to the external gate. At Lama Casa, once we went through the initial gate, we walked in to the unit that housed Bernardo, and I don't even think the door was locked to the unit that housed Paul Bernardo. So to say that there's a difference in escape risk, or there's no difference in escape risk, is, in my view, completely misguided. Moreover, I think the point that was trying to be made is that there's no difference in perimeter security, and that's true. The two external fences are exactly the same. The difference is what is between a person who's incarcerated and that external fence. In maximum security, you probably have to go through one or two fences, or one or two gates, or both, in order to get to that external fence. In medium security, somebody can get there. The Chair continued in asking the Commissioner, okay, the day-to-day experience of Mr. Bernardo in medium security is...
Mr. Caputo.
Yes.
The Chair didn't ask any of those questions.
Are you not the Chair?
The Chair did not ask the questions. I asked those questions as a member. It's erroneous for you to say that the Chair asked those questions.
Okay. Well, the Chair, as he then was, as a member of this committee, asked the following. Okay, the day-to-day experience of Bernardo in medium security is, except for the increased access to programs, essentially the same as it would be in maximum security. This is what the Commissioner said. Yes, he gets up, it's the same food, it's the same type of cell, it's the same bedding. Many of the same things that you would have in maximum security are there in medium security. I could not disagree more with the Commissioner. Now, I'm going to come back to this because I just got a quote here. This is actually from Mr. Danson. And he speaks about the comments of the Chair, as he then was as a member of this committee, asking questions, and the date on that was December 4th, 2023, and I'm reading. The glib comment about pillows is, if I shared that with the families, that would be gut-wrenching for them. That would be a shock to them. To make light of this by talking about whether the pillows are softer or harder in medium security versus maximum security. To suggest that transferring Bernardo to medium security does not disconnect us from the fact that he is a psychopath, to me, is just words. The fact of the matter is that he will have a lot more freedom and a lot more rights in medium security. So let's get back to, and I'll repeat this, what the chair said as he then was as a member of the committee. Okay, the day-to-day experience of Mr. Bernardo is in medium security is, except for the increased access to programs, essentially the same as it would be under maximum security. The commissioner answered, yes. He gets up, it's the same food, it's the same type of cell, it's the same bedding. I bet it's even the same pillow. Sorry, that wasn't said by the commissioner. Many of the same things that you would have in maximum security are there in medium security. With all due respect to the commissioner, this is completely wrong. When a person walks into Millhaven or any maximum security jail, the security level is like a 9 out of 10, if you want to put it there. There is a supermax jail in Canada, which corrections is almost reluctant to send people to now, even if they attack officers, but that's another point. When one goes to medium security, once they're inside the fences, and yes, there are large fences, it's still jail, there are still cells, the cells are exactly the same. A person's ability to roam about is substantially different. When a person is out of their cell in medium security, they can walk around to the workshop. If they're not doing work, they can use the gym. There is so much more freedom of movement. I'd say 20 times more freedom of movement. And yet Commissioner Kelly is saying yes to that answer. I would love for the media to go in to both institutions. I don't know why we wouldn't. If you want to shine the light on the difference, then shine the light. Perhaps members of this committee should go into both so they could see the difference. Maybe we could even feel the pillows. So essentially the same as it would be under maximum security. The commissioner answers yes. He does get up. That happens in both maximum and medium. Yes, it is the same type of food. Yep, it's the same food in maximum and medium. It's the same type of cell. Yep, it is the same type of cell in maximum and medium. The cells are the same. They're the same size, presumably the same mattress, presumably the same pillows. It's the same bedding. Yep, it is. Many of the same things that you would have in maximum security are there in medium security. What it's not saying is many of the things you have in maximum security are not in medium security. In maximum security, if a person leaves their cell or their unit, they frequently have to go through a metal detector to get through, which, given the number of drones that are dropping ceramic knives, this is a huge concern to officers because the metal detectors won't even pick up those drones, but that's another issue. We can get to that another day. I'd love to hear from the commissioner on that point. Well, we did actually hear from her on that point, and her answer was most unsatisfactory. A person who's going in medium security, they can walk freely inside the unit to outside of the unit. In maximum security, the correctional officers are in what's colloquially called a bubble, plexiglass, bulletproof glass. There's actually firearms that are present in there. And in medium security, and I could not believe this when I saw it, in medium security, it was a horseshoe, similar to maybe the size of this horseshoe here. And it was a little bit more curved. And you had one officer here, one officer roughly where the chair is sitting, and one officer to the other side. Now, this is the interesting part. In order to get to where the officers are, there wasn't even a door. So it was probably the platform, was probably the level of this table. So a person had to go up 2 steps. That's what it looked like. Now that's omitted from Commissioner Kelly's comments. So offenders like Bernardo, offenders like Magnotta, and others could presumably go up those 2 steps. Corrections wouldn't even put in a door to protect the officers. The officers asked for a door, they said no. Because here's the thing, Mr. Chair. On that horseshoe, they have people that are coming from behind them. They're coming over their right shoulder if they're on the right, or their left shoulder if they're on the left. They have a panoramic mirror, but your eyes can't focus on 2 places. So if somebody does something in front of you and you focus there, you don't know what's coming. So what is it? There's a door right there, and within 3 feet of that door is a correctional officer. Or sorry, not a door, an entrance. 3 feet. Now, I would ask anybody on this committee, I would ask Commissioner Kelly, talking about it being implying that it is the same. That is not the same. I would not turn my back on Paul Bernardo. I would not turn my back on Luca Magnotta. But yet we expect our brave correctional officers to do that at a time when drones are dropping ceramic knives in like they're candy. People are getting mistaken about whether the drone is actually dropping for them or for somebody else. It's that bad. Is that your drone or my drone? It's actually gotten that bad. People may think I'm being facetious. I'm not. It has gotten that bad. And these officers have to turn their backs to them without a door. So, with all due respect to Commissioner Kelly, when she says essentially, when the chair, as he then was, says essentially the same as it would be under maximum security, and she says yes. She does not talk about these incredibly different changes. I would ask rhetorically, Chair, I would not turn my back to the Bernardos of the world, to the Magnottas of the world. Why should these correctional officers have to do the same? Why? Maximum, high-powered firearms, all sorts of weapons. Medium, they don't have those weapons present, and corrections won't even pay for a door. It's shocking. It's disgusting. It is a complete slap in the face to the brave women and men that work at Lama Casa, who not only have to deal with people like Paul Bernardo and Luca Magnotta, but also have to manage them physically and deal with all that comes with managing these people psychologically. It's no doubt an environment that beckons trauma for the people dealing with it, and corrections won't even put in a door. A door. We need to be there 3 units, I believe there, 6 doors, 1 on each side. That might be the half-second difference that it would be between somebody walking straight up those 2 steps and stabbing an officer with a ceramic knife that was dropped by a drone or other weapon. Well, that's another thing, too. Corrections doesn't want to pay for razors. They showed me the razors. Razors are typically used to make weapons. It's the most common razor. You take a toothbrush, you melt it, and you insert the razor. I had an officer tell me about how bad it was to see somebody who was slashed from the ear to the mouth with one of those razors. Now, there are razors that are tamper-proof. They're small. They gave me one. It was tiny. I was told, and I have to look into this, but I was told that corrections doesn't want to pay for those razors because they cost more money. Again, how many of us would work in that horseshoe with Paul Bernardo, Luca Magnottas of the world, who can easily fashion a razor out of their, or fashion a weapon out of a toothbrush and a razor blade? Are our officers and their safety not worth the additional cost of a razor blade that would shatter if you attempted to make a weapon out of it? Through you, Chair, I say this directly to the Commissioner of Corrections. It's bad enough that drones are dropping things rampantly. If you want to talk about drones and security, it befuddles me that we do not have jamming technology so that people like Bernardo and Magnotta don't have access to those things. Corrections response has been nothing short of a joke when it comes to drones. In one institution, they showed me the only drones they could jam were drones that were registered and were from the manufacturer of the jamming machine. You can't make this up. How many people who are using their drones to drop drugs and weapons into penitentiaries register the drone? How many? 0. And yet we expect our officers to work there without a door when it comes to the Bernardos and Magnotas of the world. But take solace, the pillows aren't softer. I'll go back to the letter now. When I first got word of Bernardo's move, I contacted several politicians of all different parties. Well, that was a pretty wise move. I was put in touch with an organization called My Voice, My Choice, which I'm sure that many people around this table have been in touch with. These are brave women who have spoken about their traumatic experiences as victims, and not only as victims, but what I would call, or other people have called, and I would adopt as secondary or systemic victimization. Systemic victimization, like the victims of Bernardo and Magnota are probably going through, dare I speculate, in these circumstances where the system reopens that scar, that victimization, or even the scar that's not completely closed. It just gets open again and again. So shout out to people from My Voice, My Choice. They contacted people to get things changed when it came to publication bans, and they contacted all parties. So I remembered that as reading this letter. I contacted several politicians of all parties. It wasn't my concern which party was better or worse, rather which party would listen and help get this horrible decision reversed. Well, we could have had 6 meetings to do this. In fact, the Liberals came in and said, we will have 6 meetings. Not only will we have 6 meetings, we want more witnesses, and we will add it. It was fairly nonpartisan, I thought. The Conservatives said we want it. We want the meeting. The Bloc signed on for an emergency meeting, and the NDP said we want the 6 meetings. And then the Bloc inexplicably says, no, we only want 1 meeting. And the Liberals gladly withdrew their witnesses and went to 1 meeting. Doesn't matter which party they say. They want this horrible decision reversed. Well, we couldn't actually even hear from the victims on that point because the victims were the witnesses who were excised from the witness list that the Liberals were all too happy to agree to initially with 6 meetings, and now, no, we only want 1 meeting. How is that victim-centered? How is that not contributing to secondary victimization? Mr. Chair, it is no doubt, in my view, that that is contributing to secondary victimization. More concretely, it's a complete slap in the face. A complete slap in the face to the victims who were watching and as a result wrote this very punchy letter, saying it 1,000 times better than I ever could have. The letter goes on. It was very clear today that the safety and well-being of the public is not a concern to certain people and their designated parties. We, as parliamentarians, should be concerned. I believe I know who this letter is referring to. I'll let the public judge for themselves. We've had a few personal attacks today. I'm not going to go there. People can watch the video themselves and see who they believe acted appropriately and see who didn't. They know who they are, and in their heart, I would hope they know whether they acted appropriately, especially with the dismissive language that was used, in my view. that personal agenda supersedes any of the victims, their rights, and the crimes committed against them. In other words, these are 3 women, victims as defined in the criminal code in my view, said that the personal agenda of certain members around this table got in the way of us talking about what was important, of us talking about what matters. I'm going to say that again. And I would be remiss to Mr. Chair if I might interrupt. I know this isn't relevant, but I believe we have some young people from 4-H who've joined us as well. Is that correct? I know that a few of them are from my riding of Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, so welcome. Mr. Couric is coming to say hello. I don't think he's ever had contact with an animal in his life, so you can educate him. Just look at his boots and you'll know.
Thank you, Mr. Caputo, and on behalf of the committee, I welcome our students, and once again, welcome to the thrust and parry of Parliament.
So, returning back, that personal agenda supersedes the victims, their rights, and the crimes against them. These are victims saying, people around this table put themselves and their political agendas above us. You know who you are. They put themselves and their political agendas above. And then not only that, afterwards, this committee refuses to study the Magnotta transfer that we all agreed to with the one meeting, which, as I noted, was the gutting of the 6 meetings that the Liberals initially agreed to. We haven't even gotten to that meeting. So the victims are saying politics is superseding victims. And what are we doing? Not even studying the very thing we agreed to study for the one meeting. At this rate, we won't study it till the fall. In fact, I think the Liberals and Bloc would be content if we never studied this at all. More concretely, we're not even presenting the draft report on the Bernardo study. What could possibly be more of putting a political agenda before victims than that? There's a report ready to go. Is it not? At least to be discussed. We should be dealing with this, and yet the members of this committee will go on today with their daily lives, not having to live with the trauma that the victims of the Bernardo and Magnotta offences have to deal with. Many of them living who, again, nameless, faceless, voiceless. And this is the respect we show them. This is the respect we show them, that we don't even get to this report. Mr. Danson's quotes about the pillow from the chair, as he then was as a committee member, they were made December 4th last year. It is now May 23rd. 6 months have elapsed since that quote was made. And we don't even have a report to discuss to show for it, let alone a report that has been made public. And that lies at the feet of the Liberals, with the Liberals' hand being held by the Bloc. And today, the hand was held by the NDP when it came to not hearing from witnesses of auto theft. Just to be clear, and just for reference, Mr. Chair, I'm returning to the letter. Just to be clear, those who voted against us today, I presume it's those who voted for the one meeting, that being the Liberals, at least 2 of whom are here today, present, and the Bloc, the member who is here present today. The NDP member was Mr. Julian. He did not vote. He voted for the 6 meetings, in fairness to him. Just to be clear, those who voted against us today, you are telling the victims and their families that what has happened to them wasn't that bad. Enough time has passed now, and the monster who committed these crimes against them has done the time and deserves to be rewarded, very key word there, rewarded and live better than most Canadians today. So let's dissect that. Sorry, I'm going to go on to the next line here. I want you to reread that again in bold. Paul Bernardo is living better than most Canadians today. I said that same thing, and I really heard about it. This is coming from the victims. So let's dissect this. You are telling the victims and their families that what has happened to them wasn't that bad. This is that secondary trauma, that secondary victimization I'm talking about. That this committee will not do what...
Rappel au règlement, Monsieur le Président.
A point of order, Mr. Chair. Go ahead, please. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, listen, we have microphones that work really well. We are hearing Mr. Caputo really, really well. Does he really have to shout? Maybe he can lower the volume a little bit. That could be good for everyone. And also, is he really obliged to repeat the same things? We're starting to understand his point. And again, a question for him. What's the position of the Conservative Party on S210? Is that the reason why he is filibustering today? Does he not want to hear about that bill? Maybe he has other things to say on that.
Thank you, Madame Michaud. I would certainly urge Mr. Caputo to keep his volume down, and certainly on behalf of the members and certainly on behalf of the interpreters. I would also certainly advise that, we could get back on topic better, but go ahead.
Well, with all due respect, Mr. Chair, I think we're directly on topic when it comes to this. And it's interesting that my colleague from the Bloc said we're starting to get the point. That's what came through the translation. If we're just starting to get to the point, maybe I should repeat it a little bit more often. Because if this is what it takes to get to the victims, if we're just starting to hear
Mr. Caputo, could you turn your mic around?
Well,
the interpreters can't hear you when you put the mic on the other side of the table.
Okay. Well, I was told I was
too
loud.
Don't shout into the mic. Speak normally, and the interpreters can do their work.
Again, on the same point, Chair.
Mr. Janice, on a point of order.
Thank you. I think that speaking with intensity and passion is actually what is normal for Mr. Caputo. So if the goal is for him to do the normal thing, maybe it's helpful if the chair specify.
Well, thank you, Mr. Janice. So let the record show that Mr. Caputo, if you try to keep your volume within, I don't know, I don't want to use the word normal, but kind of keep it down so that the interpreter's ears are protected, please.
I'm not sure if I'm sure we have the interpreters in the back there. I have a voice that carries, I'm told. I will keep the microphone.
Also, Mr. Caputo, please don't touch the mic.
Well, with all due respect, Chair, we can't have it both ways. You can't say don't speak the way
I'm
you're
not saying
speaking.
don't speak. I'm saying don't touch the microphone.
Well,
it causes feedback. It causes problems, right? Speak in a plausibly loud voice, but that they can hear, but not too loud that it hurts anybody. But don't touch the mic, please.
Okay. Well, I apologize to the interpreters if I've hurt their ears.
And please don't be insulting to the interpreters.
I am not.
Just trying to do their job.
I am not being condescending. I am not. Ms. O'Connell, I didn't interrupt you when you were speaking. I would appreciate the same courtesy. Thank you.
Don't be condescending to people who are just trying to do their jobs in a safe manner.
Ms. O'Connell, I didn't interrupt you. I would appreciate the same courtesy.
Let's avoid the back and forth, please.
Mr. Chair, I do apologize if I've hurt anybody's ears, and I will try to modulate my voice accordingly and still speak with the passion that I believe that... Mr. Biddle, I didn't interrupt you here. You've just arrived. I would appreciate the same courtesy from you as well. Thank you.
Mr. Caputo, please...
No.
Please avoid the back and forth. If you have an issue with Mr. Biddle, raise it with the chair, please.
Well, with all due respect, Chair, I was speaking. I had the floor, and I am raising it with you because all comments go through you. So through you, I did not interrupt Mr. Biddle. I don't intend to interrupt Mr. Biddle. So through you, Mr. Chair, I would ask him to not interrupt me and afford me the same courtesy that I intend to afford to him.
Mr. Biddle and Mr.
Well, shall we get to your votes, Mr. Biddle?
Mr. Biddle
on
and
this very
Mr.
issue?
Caputo, please
Pull it aside.
stop.
Go ahead.
Gentlemen? Gentlemen?
He doesn't have the floor.
Can we please avoid the back and forth?
It's amazing.
Mr. Jennis?
So does yours.
Mr. Jennis, Ms. O'Connell, let us maintain some order here. Mr. Caputo, I believe you have the floor.
Thank you,
Mr. Jennis. No side comments, please. Mr. Caputo, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll get back to this letter that I was speaking about. Let's repeat that last paragraph again because I think it's quite germane to what we just observed here. Just to be clear, those who voted against us today, you are telling the victims and their families that what has happened to them wasn't that bad. Enough time has passed now, and that the monster who committed these crimes against them has done the time and deserves to be rewarded and live better than most Canadians today. I want you to reread that again. Paul Bernardo is living better than most Canadians today. And so as we brought this up, sorry, I'm trying to keep my voice down. Since we brought this up, let's talk about Mr. Generou's private member's bill that would have sent Paul Bernardo back to maximum security. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about how members around this table voted. I vote in favor of it. Mr. Shipley voted in favor of it. Mr. Viersen voted in favor of it. Where did the Liberals vote? They voted against. Every one of them voted against. The NDP voted against it. The Bloc voted against it. This is exactly what, in my view, is being contemplated by this letter. Moving on to the letter. We pray that nothing like this ever happens to you or your families. I think that's actually a very charitable thing to say in the circumstances. We pray that nothing like this ever happens to your families. But we can say with certainty, if the tables were turned, today would have had a whole different outcome. Now, this is the whole point that was being made in the letter. We as victims are experiencing something differently. Victims have met with members, sorry, my voice was getting loud again. Victims have met with members of this committee. The victims in the Bernardo matter, I know because I got CC'd on the emails that were sent to members of this committee who seem more intent on making a joke out of things than treating this issue with the dignity and seriousness it deserves. We weren't there. We weren't them. And what are we doing? We're saying we're not getting to the study of Magnotta that we all agreed to. From 6 meetings to 1, just that one meeting, we don't want to get to it. What are we all saying? We don't want to table the Bernardo report, even though it looks like meetings wrapped up in December, January, maybe February. Clerk, you can advise us of the dates, I'm sure. But I do pause to say this. What if it was our sisters? What if it was our brothers I have 2 sisters. I have a daughter. I have lots of friends, I think. That was pretty good. If this was us, would we be prepared to make the same claim? Would we be prepared to vote the same way on Bernard Genereux's private members bill that would have sent Paul Bernardo back to maximum security? Would we have been prepared to do that? I believe we wouldn't. I don't believe for a second that we would have. And that is the problem with the approach taken by the Liberals and the Bloc when it came to the reduction of 6 meetings to 1. When it came to the subcommittee report that we have before us that doesn't have either the Magnotta meeting on the list or that doesn't have completion of the Bernardo study on the list. If this was our brother, this was our sister that was a victim, our friends, our family, anybody we knew, it's my view that our approach would be radically different. Our best friend's voice may have been stolen from her. I'm going back to the letter. Our best friend's voice may have been stolen from her, but let us be very clear. She is as loud as ever and will forever be heard. Yes, your best friend's voice will be forever heard. She will live on, and I hope that we will not forget. We will never stop fighting for her and for the justice of her and all victims alike. Marcia Penner, Tani Hilton, Laura Murray. So yeah, there are things that are more important than asking whether the pillows are softer in medium security. There are things that are more important than what we do here today in the eyes of some. But in my eyes, it's more important to address the fact that this committee undertook a study of the transfer of Paul Bernardo and doesn't want to report on it, that this committee undertook the position that it would study the Luca Magnotta transfer, despite it changing from 6 meetings to 1, and that still hasn't been scheduled. This letter, in my view, says it all. And with that, I'll give my time to someone else here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Caputo. Next on the list is Mr. Dennis.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be relatively brief here, but I do want to add a couple quick comments. There has been desire for other members to offer commentary and to do so through points of order. I don't understand why they don't just speak to the issue in the usual fashion. I did just want to add that so what we're doing here is we are pushing for the committee to complete its report on the Paul Bernardo prison transfer. My colleague, Mr. Caputo, has done a great deal of excellent work on the issue of prison transfers, which includes going to prisons and understanding the situation that is on the ground in those places. And he's talked about the importance of getting it right when it comes to protecting the rights of victims and ensuring that heinous criminals remain in the appropriate level of security prison. And in the context of this committee, we are saying that whatever one's view on that issue, it is appropriate, the committee having done this study, the committee should provide a report to the House There is a report. There is a draft report, and it should simply be completed and presented to the House. Liberals are trying to block this report. And so that's the context. Conservatives are fighting for the release of the report on the Bernardo prison transfer. We have proposed an amendment to the subcommittee on agenda and procedures report that calls for the release of that report. And we're certainly prepared to discuss and engage and negotiate on all other matters, but we are insisting on the release of the Bernardo report, that work is completed. And I hope members will see the value of that substantively and will work with us to realize that objective. I did want to add to the conversation just by saying that this is another case where we have Trudeau Liberals trying to avoid responsibility for what are in fact government decisions. Persistently across a range of different areas, Liberals want you to believe that they are not responsible for the things that happen under their watch. Justin Trudeau has been the Prime Minister of this country for 9 years and yet denies responsibility for any of the things that happen under his tenure. In this particular case, the question of prisoners transferred, it is up to Parliament to establish rules and to consider amendments to the law that deal with the level of security that a person experiences in prison. The decision not to pass a law is a policy choice, just as the decision to pass a law in that regard is a policy choice. And all of the other systems and people who work within the public service, they operate within a framework of law established by Parliament. We have a system of rule of law and of parliamentary supremacy. So public servants don't make arbitrary decisions without reference to law and policy. They act within laws that are established. And so, as you would expect, Conservatives proposed a change to the law in Parliament as it relates to these issues of security. That law was proposed by a Conservative MP, Mr. Bernard Genereux. The bill is C-351. So those members of the public who are interested in this issue of the prison transfer can and should consult the appropriate sites for details on what happened with this bill, what was said in the various debates, how it unfolded, and what the final vote on that bill was. So sadly, it did not pass, and it didn't pass because the other parties voted against it, all of them, as Mr. Caputo mentioned. And I'll just very simply read the summary, so there's no doubt about what this bill does. This enactment amends the Correction and Conditional Release Act to require that inmates who have been found to be dangerous offenders or convicted of more than one first-degree murder be assigned a security classification of maximum and confined in a maximum security penitentiary or area in a penitentiary. If this bill had become law, Paul Bernardo would have been sent back to maximum security prison. So Parliament did have a chance to vote precisely on this matter. The bill didn't name any individual, but it invited the House to make a determination on a matter of law related specifically to the circumstances that were at play in the Bernardo transfer case. And that bill is no more. If it had passed, it would have gone to a committee, perhaps this committee or perhaps the Justice Committee, I'm not sure. but had it passed, it would have been referred to a committee, and at least for study. I would submit to members that at second reading, the vote is not on the specific text, but it's on the principle of the bill. So the principle that was being considered at Bill C-351 was the principle of the bill, but there would have been plenty of time for study and amendment. And I know there are cases where members do vote at second reading for a bill that they think merits further study, even if they have concerns about aspects of the text, and even if they might well plan to vote a different way at third reading. Second reading is a chance to consider the principle before the House. And members of other parties, members of the other parties voted against it. During debate on Bill C-351, the Parliamentary Secretary to the government, to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons, Mr. Kevin Lamoureux, spoke on the bill. That will surprise some members, but Mr. Lamoureux did speak on Bill C-351. And he said, quote, "It is one of the planks the Conservative Party members talk about. If we remember, there are 4 things they talk about, saying these are the things they would do if they were," he says, heaven forbid, "to form government. One of them is to abolish crime." He continues, "I'm not too sure exactly how they are going to abolish crime. I think they have some sort of wand, or through legislation, they are going to make it illegal to commit a crime. And therefore, if it is illegal to commit a crime, crime will go away. I suspect that is what they are thinking." End of quote. Those are the profound reflections of the member for Winnipeg North in the House of Commons. He is right to a point that the Conservative priorities we have been articulating in Parliament are to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. So stop the crime is one of those 4. And Mr. Lamoureux is wondering, how is it exactly that Conservatives will go about stopping the crime? The modest proposal I would maybe start with is that we will repeal the Liberal policies that have demonstrably led to an increase in crime. Violent crime was dropping in this country prior to the change in government. Liberals made specific policy changes based on their ideology, and those policy changes had consequences. The trajectory of crime in this country was reversed. And we've talked about some of these statistics. The astronomical growth in crime under this government, in particular certain areas of crime such as auto theft. I was sharing statistics earlier on the numbers around auto theft. I didn't get to mention the numbers for Winnipeg, but since I'm referencing Mr. Lamoureux's comments, I should say that the rate of auto theft in Winnipeg has gone up by 62.5% during the time that Liberals were in government. So what are we to make of that, Chair? The 62.5% increase in auto theft in Winnipeg is not of the same magnitude of increases in other areas. The well over 200% increase in the Greater Toronto area, the over 100% increase in Montreal, but crime has gone up dramatically under Liberals. So the Liberal Parliamentary Secretary is asking, and as part of the debate on C-351, what would Conservatives do to stop the crime? Well, we would start by stopping the Liberal policies that have led to an increase in crime. There may well be more to do after that, but that would seem like a logical place to start. But in the course of debate on Bill C-351, again, we had a bill before Parliament that would have precisely addressed this problem. Liberals want to know, how could it happen that a person would be transferred from maximum security to medium security? Well, how could it happen that they voted against the bill that would solve the problem? It's a very simple matter that could have been addressed with the vote at second reading on the bill. And any members with specific concerns about specific mechanics could well have brought those concerns to the committee study and maybe proposed reasonable amendments to the bill. But Bill C-351 was sadly defeated when, given the chance, other parties voted against fixing this problem. They voted, in effect, in favor of continuing to allow prison transfers for people for Bernardo, people like him, for maximum and medium security. And I will just say in particular that this bill would not just prevent things like this from happening again. Because this bill requires that inmates who fit a particular description be assigned a maximum security classification. The effect of this is that Mr. Bernardo would have been sent back to maximum security prison as soon as this legislation passed. In any event, this bill was defeated, and our position is that the report that has now been sitting on the shelf for 6 months at this committee related to the prison transfer, that it be published. Because of the rules of in-camera, members and staff are not able to share that report with the public. The committee should finish its work on that report. We know drafting instructions were given, and as such, we can presume that there is a report that is ready, but it has not been tabled in the House. And so, to honor the victims and hopefully to hear some concrete recommendations, I suggest we proceed with that report. That is our position. That is what we're establishing through this process. And I hope that we'll see support for my amendment that would ensure that work gets done. I do hope the report contains a recommendation that measures like Bill C-351 are reconsidered. Of course, procedurally, that I don't think can happen in this Parliament. But you can be sure in the next Parliament that members will be fully engaged with these issues of protecting the rights of victims. And a Conservative government led by Pierre Poilievre will put the rights of victims first. We will ensure that victims who have suffered at the hands of violent criminals are not shocked and re-victimized to find out in the middle of the night that the person who has brutalized their family was transferred to medium security prison and they weren't even engaged in the process in any way. You can be sure that we will use the legislative authority that the House has, not constantly pass off responsibility as this government has always done. Chair, I've spoken mainly on Bill C-351 and the prison transfer. There are a number of other issues dealt with in this amendment. One of them is auto theft. And maybe that's what he's going to focus on, maybe something else, I don't know. But I'm eager to hear from my colleague, Mr. Viersen, who has forgotten more than I will ever know about cars in general. And so I will cede the floor, but I'd like to be added back to the list, back at the bottom of the list.
Thank you, Mr. Dennis. We go now to Mr. Viersen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I came here this morning interested to hear from the ministers around what the Liberal government is going to do, or is planning to do, or is doing to reduce auto theft in this country. Auto theft has been a major problem in Canada, and we have seen, as long as the Liberal government has been in power, we've seen a dramatic uptick. If you were to graph auto thefts in this country, you would see that auto theft was going down, trending down to 2015, and at that point there's a shift from trending down to trending upward. with dramatic increases in the last number of years. I recently had the opportunity to sit down with the acting chief for my hometown of Barrhead, RCMP officer, and to just have a discussion around auto theft and how this is, what are the trends and what are some examples of problems that we have in our neighborhood around auto theft. And it was very interesting to have a meeting with him. He brought a particular case along with him. He said that this individual had likely stolen 15 cars in the last 10 years and had been charged 148 times, had been convicted 43 times, and had the remainder of those charges basically dropped or pled out. He complained about the fact that this was a revolving door, and he also noted that the bail system was completely broken and was causing a dramatic amount of. This was one individual who had like 100. They charged him 148 times. He's lives in our community, and a disproportionate amount of police resources goes into policing one individual. And they said, and he told me that multiple vehicles had been stolen by this individual while he was out on bail. He had been arrested in possession of a stolen vehicle, been put in jail, been released on bail, and was awaiting his trial, only to steal multiple more vehicles. And what happened, he said, was there was a bundling. He said by the time the court date appeared, the court date came, they would bundle, he said the prosecution would bundle all of the charges together, and he would plead guilty to some for the other ones to just disappear. And so the possession of stolen property, which he was charged with multiple times, would get bundled together because he'd get arrested for the first time, he'd get arrested the next time, he'd get arrested the next time, but he hadn't had the court date for the first arrest. And so by the time he made it to court, they would take multiple charges, bundle them together, and enter into a plea deal around all of that. So this gentleman, the police officer was telling me about, this gentleman has spent 4 out of the 10 years, the last 10 years in prison, all related to auto theft. But interestingly, was never once charged with auto theft. He was charged with possession of stolen property. So that's an interesting feature. The police. I said to the police officer, "Oh, that seems interesting. Why aren't you charging with auto theft?" And he says, "Well, the trouble with the courts right now is that you have to prove that the individual stole the vehicle, and many times you can't prove."
Point of order, Chair.
You cannot prove.
Mr. Jennings on a point of order.
Thank you, Chair. Respectfully, you have been a little bit selective about calling out members of one side and not the other side for crosstalk, and I would ask you to aspire to fair treatment of all members. Mr. I guess he's got Salma Zahid as the name card, but I don't think that's who it is. Mr. Biddle is Mr. Biddle is a man of many disguises. He's here repeatedly heckling my colleague from Peace River Westlock quite loudly, so much so that it would likely hurt people's ears if the mic was on. And I would ask that you bring him to order and allow
Thank you, Mr.
members to speak
Dennis.
without
Your point
interruption.
is taken. It was not sufficiently loud that I heard it. Perhaps I've gone into a coma. It may be the case. But I would advise, I would call upon all members to respect the speaker, the person speaking at the time. Thank you. Mr. Biddle on the same point of order.
On a different point of order,
Different point
I'm
of
just
order.
hoping to express that through the history of criminal law, the Crown has to prove that a crime actually is committed, which I was trying to suggest. And I was hoping that Mr. Vierson, who is a passionate champion
Point of order.
passionate
It's not a
champion
matter of order.
of child protection with respect to pornography, if he could explain why he's filibustering us getting
Point
to
of
a bill
order,
that
Chair.
would deal with the issue he has
is
been
not-
most passionate about
this
in
is
this
not a matter of
parliament
order.
and previous parliaments. Just curious. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Biddle. And I believe there's another point of order over here. Same point of order on Mr. Biddle's point of order?
On Mr. Biddle's point of order, Chair, I believe that that would have not been classified as a point of order, but rather descent into debate, which I hope that Mr. Biddle will be availing himself of the speaking list, Chair, which I know you are keeping close tabs on, and which, to conclude my point of order, I would just ask that you would outline what the speaking list is before I'm sure Mr. Vierson has a few more things to say.
Thank you. As said previously, it was after Mr. Jennis, it was Mr. Vierson, it was Mr. Shipley and Mr. Moss, but they are no longer here, so Mr. Kirk and then Mr. Jennis again. Mr. Vierson, please carry on.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, as I was saying, the police officer was telling me about the fact that it is the courts have made it increasingly difficult to prove that somebody has stolen the car. So he said, in all of these cases, the individual was found driving a stolen vehicle and was charged with being in possession of stolen property. There was no doubt in the police officer's mind that that this individual had in fact stolen the vehicle. However, the individual was never charged with stealing a vehicle because the way that the court system, I was informed by the police officer, the way the court system works is that the being in possession of the car that is stolen does not prove the fact that you stole the car. Nonetheless, very often there is video evidence of this, but that, again, the police officer said that was difficult to use in court. And so there's probably a number of things that the minister could do to make sure that this type of thing could happen. I have had many constituents reach out to me over stolen vehicles. I had the business owner who owns a business right across the street from my constituency office. He had a Nissan Armada. Now, a Nissan Armada is quite a rare vehicle in Canada, a very rare vehicle in northern Alberta, and he also had aftermarket wheels on that Nissan Armada, which made it an even more unique vehicle. There's likely very few in our county, in my hometown. I don't know of another Nissan Armada, and the fact that he put aftermarket wheels on it makes it very identifiable. That vehicle was stolen. Folks broke into his house, stole the keys off the kitchen counter, went in his garage, and stole both of his vehicles out of his garage. He subsequently found that Nissan Armada on Kijiji that looked like his and had the same wheels, the same aftermarket wheels that he had. And he approached the police to say, "Hey, I found my Nissan Armada on the internet here for sale. Could you go and retrieve it?" He was told that they did not have the resources to do that, and that he should just deal with his insurance company to get a new Nissan Armada. So these are the stories that we have to deal with. The other thing I would point out is just around the security systems. And so it's fascinating to think. In Alberta, the number one vehicle stolen is a Ford pickup. And an interesting thing about that is that I think it's up till about 2006, the Ford pickups, the diesel pickups anyways, they did not have an immobilizer system on them from factory. So they get stolen a lot more because they don't have that immobilizer system on them, as well as the what is termed the second gen Cummins pickups. Also, many of them do not have what's called the SCIM program on them. SCIM key or Century Key Immobilizer is what I think the SCIM stands for. And so those vehicles are stolen more often. Now, in northern Alberta, auto theft, it looks different than it does in Toronto or Montreal, given the fact that most often auto theft happens in our neighborhood in conducting other crime. Folks steal a vehicle to then go and steal steal fuel, steal copper, steal batteries, all these kinds of things. Often when these vehicles are retrieved, they're either burnt on a side road somewhere, or they're found run out of fuel. And many times, if they're found with the folks in them, they'll often arrest the person, and there will be batteries and copper and fuel in the box of the pickup as well. I also have experienced in our hometown a Ford 1-ton pickup was stolen, and they backed it through the front window of the jewelry store, and made off with several $1,000s worth of jewelry. And so the vehicles that are being stolen are being used in the commission of other crimes. All of this goes back to, though, the fact that the 2017, the Liberals changed the bail system, and that has led to a crime wave across northern Alberta. And like I pointed out earlier, the one individual that the police officer showed me his file, most of those crimes had been committed while the individual is out on bail. I am being heckled from across the way about this being confidential. No, it's not confidential. These are all public records because this individual has been through the court system several times. He has been convicted 43 times. He's had 143 charges against him. These are all publicly available documents. The newspaper has repeatedly reported on this individual and the crime waves that ensue when this individual is back out on the streets, back out on bail. And the frustration that the RCMP feel when they basically catch these guys red-handed in the possession of stolen vehicles, stolen batteries, stolen copper, stolen fuel, and they say it's just very difficult to prove a lot of this stuff. Fuel doesn't come with a great identifier. Gasoline looks like gasoline, regardless of where you got it from. And they are like, we know it is stolen, but it is difficult to prove. Now, I'm hearing from across the way that they say, well, there's a burden of proof and things like that. Yes, there is no doubt about that. But my question is are the Liberals standing here today to defend criminals, or are they here to be concerned about the victims? And I think that's fundamentally the difference between Conservatives and Liberals. Conservatives are concerned about the victims of crime. We work hard to ensure that crime is brought to justice. We are concerned about We are concerned that we want to mitigate the impacts of crime. We want to mitigate. We want to ensure that folks who work extremely hard, folks that work extremely hard to pay for food and fuel and housing themselves and their vehicles, that they can enjoy those things, that they work very hard to make the money in order to pay for them. I have a constituent who his fuel card was stolen out of one of his trucks while he was away on holidays for 10 days, and by the time he came back, $25,000 worth of fuel was stolen from his card lock. That fuel is they have a pretty good idea of who stole it, and yet the fuel is long gone, and there is no ability for the police to say to arrest the folks. Now, the Liberal from across the way is saying, well, you're going to have to prove that. Well, that is what I am saying is we can change the law to make sure that the ability for the police to prove these things, the threshold for these things, could be reduced. We could make changes around thresholds for video evidence to be submitted to the. In many cases, in most of these cases, there is clear video evidence of folks stealing this. It's so blatant. It's so blatant, and in many cases, we get a conviction of the individual that I was mentioning off the top was convicted 43 times. The challenge is that in between, same with the fellow that stole the $25,000 worth of fuel. He was eventually arrested and convicted on another series of crimes, and he went to jail. But he was back out on bail, committing more crime in the interim. He got arrested. He was released the next day. Committed in the intervening months, committed several more crimes, and then by the time he was put in jail, he had been charged and committed more crimes, and though again was bundled together, pled guilty, and we see this like ongoing. Now, the police get very frustrated with these individuals because they see they are not at all concerned about the ramifications of the justice system. The police work very hard. The police spend a lot of resources to arrest these guys, to build a case, and only to see the bulk of the work get bundled and the pled out when they've built cases for 143 charges or 148 charges, and he gets convicted of 43 charges, and the rest were dropped due to pleading out. That is fundamentally the problem. We need to make sure that these guys are being reformed. We need to make sure that they're brought to justice. There needs to be punishment for the crime, and then there needs to be reformation so that they are not just being released back out on the street in order to continue their life of crime. And that has been the revolving door that our communities are extremely frustrated about, the police are extremely frustrated about, and that the Liberals are fundamentally responsible for. They are the government of the land. They are responsible for legislating. They are responsible for judge appointments. They are responsible for funding the court system. They are responsible for all of these things. So, regardless, we have seen the macro trends of crime across this country and auto theft across this country continue to go up since the Liberals
Mr. Kirk, on point of order.
power.
You know, I've certainly been fascinated to hear what my colleague Mr. Viersen is saying and his the very practical experience to which he's sharing with this committee. But I would equally certainly like to hear the commentary that Mr. Biddle has been providing. Unfortunately, it's in the form of heckling, so it won't make it on the record because I'm sure him and his constituents and many Canadians would love to know his thoughts on this matter and so many others. So, Chair, I would ask that, as was referenced before, just the fair application of the conversations that are not supposed to go on across the table, and notably for what Mr. Biddle has been suggesting, because I have a suspicion that and I won't get into the place of debate here, but certainly his constituents, I'm sure, would love to hear the context to which he has been heckling across the table, and interestingly is doing so at the same time while I'm speaking to you, Mr. Chair. So that fair application of the rules, I would hope, is a guiding principle for all members of this committee.
Thank you, Mr. Carrick. Your point is well taken. Before, I encourage all members to respect the committee and to avoid heckling and crosstalk. And Mr. Viersen, you have the floor.
Sure. Mr. Chair, I would just perhaps suggest that you put Mr. Biddle on the speaking list as well, as he seems to have a lot to say in this committee today.
Point of order.
I might ask for unanimous consent for that, but it doesn't sound like that.
Mr. Biddle on a point
Yes,
of order.
unanimous consent that I speak for 60 seconds.
Add
right now
to the speaking list.
No, I can
Nonetheless, Mr. Speaker,
So on the
I'll
point of
continue.
order, Mr. Biddle is asking for 60 seconds by unanimous consent. Do we have unanimous consent? There is no unanimous consent.
On a different point of order?
Mr. Biddle on another point of order.
It's unfortunate that motion failed, since Mr. Kirk did want to hear from me. But again, I'm hoping that Mr. Viersen can turn his remarks back to S210, and again, as a champion for protecting children, why he's still
Not a
considering
point of
this
order,
legislation.
Chair. Can you enforce the rules? Mr. Biddle is showing.
Mr. Janice,
As am I.
please do not interrupt. Mr. Biddle had the floor. I believe that point of order is done, and let's carry on with Mr. Viersen as we were.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, we did gather here today to hear from two ministers on what the Liberal government is going to be doing around auto theft. I would point out that the Conservatives' part of our Stop the Crime initiative is around auto theft, and our not jail, not bail for repeat offenders. It will go a long ways to go to alleviating some of the crime problems that we have here in Canada, because many of the crimes, as I pointed out earlier, many of the crimes are committed by criminals who are out on bail. And the reality is in the one case that I was laying out earlier, is this gentleman stole 15 vehicles over the course of 10 years, and many of while he was in jail for 4 of those years, and many of those vehicles that were stolen while he was out on bail after being arrested for stealing the first vehicle in between. So I mentioned that. Now, the crimes, the vehicle thefts across the country have been going up dramatically in the last number of years, and particularly in the last 2 years. So, like year over year, 2023 over 2022, Ontario was up 50%. Quebec was up 50%. Alberta was up 20%. And Atlantic Canada was up 35%. And that's just year over year, 2023 over 2022. And that is significant. And this is, again, I would refer people to the graph. If you were to graph auto theft in this country, you would have seen declining auto theft up to 2015, and since 2015, you've seen an increase. And in the last couple of years, a dramatic increase, a 50% increase year over year, causes that line to increase very, very steeply. We've seen the insurance industry has come out claiming that vehicle thefts are costing the Canadians over $1 billion every year. Now, I've spoken to many people who have had their vehicles get stolen. I was in Toronto not that long ago, and I was talking to a fellow who had his Chevy Suburban stolen. It was a year and a half old, so he still had 5 years worth of payments to be made on it, and he was frustrated around the fact that he said, well, when he reported it to the police, they said, well, just contact your insurance. And he pointed out that the replacement of that Suburban, he was out of pocket about 30%. He said, yes, I got a 3 model year newer Suburban when I bought a new one, but that new Suburban cost about 30% more than the original Suburban I had. And so he said, I wasn't intending to buy a new Suburban, but now here I was, and it's out of pocket. So never mind when the insurance industry says that they've lost more than $1 billion in auto thefts. If the anecdotal story that I heard means that, so the insurance company is out that much money, and on top of that, individuals perhaps have to come up with another 30% in order to replace their vehicle. That means that another $300 million is out of pocket from Canadians and the drain on the economy that is having. All of that value presumably leaving our country. We heard about people's vehicles being within days being on containers leaving the Port of Montreal. I think I was here at this committee when we had the port authorities here. I think it was Halifax Port Authority, who said that they only inspect 0.3% of the containers. And then when we asked them, well, how many containers that are leaving the country do you inspect? And he said, well, virtually none. The inspections all happen to containers that are coming into the country, not containers that are leaving the country. And so that I was hoping to hear from the ministers today to see how that was, what they've put in place, how that's changing, what they're changing around the ports. We do know that they made some significant announcements around this, but announcements don't actually mean that stuff is actually happening. And so I was looking forward to hearing from the ministers about that today, but nonetheless, the Liberals blocked the testimony of the ministers today. And so here we are, not getting the answers we would like to hear from the ministers at this point. And so, yeah, the vehicle theft continues, the costs to Canadians continue, and we look forward to hearing from the ministers at a future date.
Point of order, Chair.
On a point of order? Go ahead.
Yes, sorry. It's just to help me better understand Mr. Viersen's remarks here. Like he did mention the Port of Montreal. Can the chair confirm, did any Conservative MPs show up at the Port of Montreal when there was a site visit there?
I'm not able to speak to that. Please go ahead, Madame Michaud. Allez-y.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président. Je peux témoigner de ça.
Point of order, Chair.
Point d'ordre, Monsieur le Président.
Excuse me, Ms. Michaud has the floor.
Merci beaucoup.
It's point of order, Chair. She doesn't have Mr. Viersen has the floor.
Mr. Genis, Madame Michaud has the floor.
No, she doesn't. Mr. Viersen has the floor.
I have recognized Madame Michaud. Please respond, Madame Michaud.
Chair, point of order. Mr. Viersen has the floor. We have a speaking list. It has Mr. Viersen, then Mr. Kirk speaking next.
I'm quite aware of the speaking list.
Great.
Ms. Shaw is responding to Mr. McGregor's point of order to give the information he's requesting. And it is the court's, sorry.
Which
the court- it
under
is
which
the,
standing order was the
chair's
point of order
discretion.
raised?
Mr. Jennis, please.
No, it's not the chair's discretion, Chair.
Mr. Jennis.
You can't just make up the rules, Chair.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Chair.
Please come to order. Madame
too.
Michaud, please go ahead and respond
too.
to Mr.
Who has the floor
McGregor's
today?
Merci, Monsieur le
inquiry.
Président. Si Monsieur Janis veut bien.
Thank you, Chair. If Mr. Janis will let me speak, I can talk to the visit to the Port of Montreal. In fact, there was no Conservative MP who was present during the visit to the port.
Thank you, Madame Michaud. Mr. Jennis on the point of order.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Chair, my understanding of the standing orders and the rules of this committee, which chairs don't sort of invent willy-nilly, there are rules that guide our work, is that a point of order is about a matter of order, not a request for substantive information. For instance, if I were to raise a point of order to ask Mr. Couric what his opinion was of some extraneous matter, I would assume you would rule that out of order. So I want to just encourage you to apply the rules and understand that your authority emanates from your
Mr. Jennis?
rules, not from your person, independent of the rules.
Mr. Jennis, it is not a point of order to instruct the chair. The chair will act according to his best discretion
the previous ones.
and to maintain order in the room. So if we're done with that, we'll carry on with Mr. Viersen again.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I do know that I could talk a little bit more about immobilizer systems and things of that nature. However, I will turn the floor over to my colleague, Mr. Couric, and I would request to be put back on the speaking list. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Viersen. So we go now to Mr. Couric, followed by Mr. Jennis, followed by Mr. Viersen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I do find it interesting, before I get into the substance of my remarks, that although there is much commentary by other members of this committee, they don't seem to be willing to put themselves on the record in that regard and be put on the speaking list. So, as has been
Mr. Couric, I would encourage all members to respect whomever is speaking and not interject. Please go ahead, Mr. Couric.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair, and I hope that the fellow member of your caucus heeds your words in that regard. I would just note that I was very pleased to have a chance to visit briefly with the 4-H members that joined the committee and watched some of the proceedings here earlier today, and just to compliment them and to make sure that that is in fact on the record, Chair, and especially how valuable of an organization 4-H is across Canada, and how they are building the leaders of today that I have no doubt will take their seats around tables like this and in the House of Commons in the future. And just to note, as I mentioned to the 4-H students before, those impromptu and prepared speeches, that 4-H is exceptionally good, and those who have been through 4-H understand the 4-H public speaking. They're great preparation for things like member statements, question periods, and committee interventions. So kudos to everybody who is in Ottawa this week for 4-H. And some of the advocacy they're doing on behalf of that organization, and some of the real frustration about the cuts, actually, that the Liberals have made to that organization. I would, however, like to jump into the substance of what has been being discussed here. And it's interesting because there are the two very important items. One, of course, as Mr. Viersen had been talking about, we have the auto theft issue. And I will just take a brief moment, if I could, to talk about a story that a constituent shared with me. And
actually, Mr. Couric, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just thought it might be helpful to bring us to remind the committee on the motion that's before us. The motion before us is Mr. Jennis's amendment to the subcommittee report, as long as everyone in the room is kind of aware of that.
Absolutely.
I'll give the floor back to you, Mr. Couric.
And very, very glad that that you're ensuring that there is relevance to the subject at hand, because absolutely, and as it is clearly laid out in the motion that is before the committee, a very clear connection to the impacts that Canadians are feeling about things like auto theft. And I would note one of the stories that was shared with me, and because it has particular relevance, because quite often I think, and politicians gain this reputation of being disconnected from the people. Disconnected from the people. It's a troubling trend that leads to, I think, mistrust in not only politicians but our institutions, and that's why I'd like to share something that has pertinent and clear relevance to the subject at hand, and that is the fact, Chair, that I heard from a constituent the other day.
I'm sorry, did I hear a
about
point of
the instance of
point of order, which I think Mr. Genuis won't.
Sorry, Mr. Biddle, on a point of order. Go ahead.
Mr. Kirk is leaning into his mic and just popped one of his peas. This is, as you can, Mr. Kirk, like me, volume isn't his issue. He can just sit back a little bit and doesn't need to lean in the mics. And
Perish the popping of peas, please. Please. Maybe if you can move the mic a little bit away.
I've adjusted the microphone, Chair, and I do I'll take this opportunity to thank our interpreters. I know that although often they sit in a separate room through glass, I know I and my colleagues certainly appreciate the work that they do. And happy to make sure that I try not to pop peas, but as a farmer, when we talk about peas, we talk about them generally by the bushel, so that's maybe a little bit different than the popping of peas in the circumstance of committee intervention. But Chair, I would like to get back to the story that I was about to share, and it is that a local business has a shop on the edge of one of the communities that I represent. I won't get too specific because not only is there an ongoing investigation, but just out of respect of the victims. They had what was clearly a organized, very well timed break-in. Had about $130,000 worth of equipment stolen just a few days ago. And as I was having this conversation on Monday, actually, as that was Victoria Day, so I had the chance to be in the constituency for most of that day before heading to the airport. Hearing from this individual, small business owner, works hard to provide for his family, for his son, who is a partner in the business, and the other employees that work for him, the devastating impacts that this $130,000 in stolen equipment has on his ability to operate. And the fact that he and the community to which was impacted, they have lost trust in the ability for the justice system, or as many constituents remind me on a regular basis, that we don't seem to have a justice system in our country anymore. Rather, just a legal system that does not serve the cause of justice. Because whether it is small business owners like the story that I'm referring to, or $130,000, now that may not seem like a huge number to people that sit around this table, Chair, but a small business owner losing $130,000 worth of equipment and then having to make the decision about whether to make an insurance claim because of the possibility that insurance will go up to a point where it's unaffordable and may even get to the point where they will not offer coverage any longer. That has a devastating impact on not only that family's life, but the families of everybody involved in that small business. The trust that has been broken in our institutions because of the failure of our system to respond to such an egregious incident as this. And this was about 2 trucks and some tools stolen. So this was not a huge heist, but it was well planned, it was well orchestrated. By the time the security system had alerted both law enforcement and the business's proprietor, they were long gone. And it is, they're looking into a hopeless prospect about anything being done about that. So, Chair, the reason why I share that story is because it lays a close connection to the answers that I believe that all Canadians demand and deserve when it comes to the troubling rise in auto theft. This is not an isolated incident. This is something that is a story that I know my Conservative colleagues and I hear on a regular basis. And to hear commentary from other parties in the House of Commons dismissing the seriousness of this matter, Chair, it is incredibly discouraging to Canadians that expect a justice system to serve the best interests of our country. And it is further it is discouraging for so many Canadians when they see that there is simply no ability for the system to actually put these perpetrators behind bars, because not only is it a victimless crime, as has been suggested by commentators, it has a significant impact on victims, their families, the communities in which they live, and the consequences are great. It has a reduction in productivity, significant reduction in productivity, whether it's for that small business owner, the customers to which he is working hard to serve, the community in which they operate, or how that is amplified over the national conversation around the diminished productivity in our country. It is time that we rebalance the scales to ensure that justice can actually be served in this country. Because right now, you ask most Canadians, and while there are Liberals that would make grand proclamations, it's certainly the lack of trust that exists in the system as a whole, including for those, as we've heard often, stories about, and I know my colleague Mr. Caputo, Mr. Viersen, and Mr. Genuis, and I know other colleagues have talked at length about this. It is not simply the process to which a conviction can be brought, because there is the burden of proof. There's the whole process to which is fundamental to the rights and the rights of Canadians. But it is often those who have been found guilty of crimes that do not face the justice that certainly Canadians expect. And the consequences of that as victims are not, they don't feel, they aren't able to live, they aren't able to run their businesses. There's been this breakdown, this societal breakdown that results from that. We hear that when it comes to the most egregious examples of some of the worst perpetrators, mass murderers in Canadian history when it comes to their prison classification. That's not a laughing matter, as is so often suggested by the left-leaning political establishment in this country. That's serious. Those victims matter. But it goes down the entire system where you have the egregious mass murderers all the way down to those who, in some cases, Chair, and this might be hard to believe for some people listening, but there are instances where you'll have serious property crimes, vehicles stolen, break-ins, where in rural areas of this country, the police are not even able to respond. Not even able to respond. That a phone call is the only response that they get. And I don't blame our hardworking men and women in uniform. In fact, I speak to many of them on a regular basis, because those who are in law enforcement have a tough job. And to hear the stories of how demoralizing it is for a police officer, in some cases to spend hundreds of hours building a case, and for that to be simply tossed out or pled out on a lesser charge. Or if a conviction, in the rare case where it is granted, when a conviction is made, for that individual, in some cases, to be back out on the street in no time at all. It has led to there's no wonder that why morale in our nation's police forces has taken such a hit under the soft on crime, hug a thug policies of this NDP Liberal government. So I want to highlight that. But Chair, and I may get back to that because there's certainly a lot more that needs to be said on that matter, but I do want to also talk about some of the circumstances surrounding the correction system in Canada, and how it seems like the government is so intent to not see accountability in that system. What is unique, in fact, I find it really ironic, Chair, that the Liberals often level the political criticism that Conservatives are playing American-style politics. They make that accusation often. Yet I'd like to highlight how what is a fascinating exploration of that is that Conservatives actually have a great deal of respect for the unique aspects of what our Westminster parliamentary system is. And that includes assuring that executive government is engaged in the legislative aspects of how our government functions. Now, that is distinct from the way that the American system works. That is a distinct difference between where you have a separate executive and legislative in the United States. In Canada, there's a far closer connection, although there's a significant amount of overlap, and I won't get into what is a extended discussion about some of the history that has led to that. Canada's executive branch of government is closely connected to our legislative branch. Yet it is the Liberals in particular, but with the support of the NDP, that seem to be quick to suggest that that there should not be legislative oversight, that there should not be, in many cases, executive oversight, but in this case, I want to particularly focus on the legislative oversight, that there should not be that oversight upon the happenings of government. And I would make a point here. It is often forgotten by my left-leaning political friends across the aisle that government is subject to Parliament. It's not the other way around. Parliaments come and go, yes. We have every 4 or so years, sometimes less. Certainly in the case of this current Parliament, I'd certainly, and I know my constituents certainly wanted to see it shorter than 4 years. But it is, as is laid out in every act that is passed by Parliament, government is a creation of Parliament. Parliament is supreme. And it is that fundamental principle that is so often forgotten by the Liberals, and we see that clearly the case in the conversation around corrections. And let me highlight to you why that is the height of irony. We have heard extensively throughout the conversation about whether it be Canada's most egregious murderers, whether it be the stories that I hear as a representative of a federal institution, the Drumheller Penitentiary, or speaking to union representatives from the UCCO, whether it be speaking with others who have had interactions with the justice system, whether it be when I had a chance to tour my local institution. Chair, there has to be that oversight. There has to be. And if there is not, it is an abdication of the responsibility of the very basis of our system. And we have seen that over the last 9 or so years. And the result is that Canadians look at the system, the justice system in general, of which the correctional system is a key part of that. It is a key part of that. There has been a significant erosion of trust in that. And I would just note, Chair, this is not simply from a one-sided discussion. Chair,
Mr. Carrick, yeah. To the endless disappointment of the committee, I think we're going to have to...
I'm sure.
We have run out of resources, and we're going to have to pull the plug on this meeting.
Okay.
Chair?
Ms. O'Connell, on a point
Just on that point, I would ask that you look for additional resources for future meetings, given that the Conservatives want to continue filibustering to avoid getting to S210, and we're prepared to let them speak and filibuster as long as it needs, because we want to actually get down to work of the business of this committee.
On the same point of order, Chair.
Thank you. I'm sorry, who was that?
Mr. Janice.
Mr. Janice, on the same point of order.
Thank you, Chair. I think we've been very clear about our position around the Bernardo transfer, and I would just encourage Ms. O'Connell to negotiate in good faith with our lead on the committee, and hopefully we'll be able to come to a resolution that does involve the release of the Bernardo transfer report. That's our priority, that the Bernardo transfer report be released, and if the Liberals are prepared to move on that and stop burying this report, then I think we'll be able to come to an agreement fairly quickly on how to proceed.
Thank you all, and that all being said and done, we are now adjourned.